Mm-hmm. And now you're gonna like. Oh, for fuck's sake. Good morning, good evening. I hope you're not dreaming. You live learning. But I'm dreaming a good evening. I can't. What was that?
It was me stretching.
It's probably an elephant. I can't see what's on my screen. What's up, Jaguar?
There we go.
How you doing, Bobby? Close that door. Okay, is that what you're saying? Like that. Where'd you go? Oh, you got that. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, it's a coffee machine. No, that noise is okay, Jack? You know, and also you, have a, I think that's what military force is at, dude. You have a task and like a series of fucking steps that need to be done, like makes it really easy for you. What? What's that? Go ahead.
Hey, now we have both a small little bed.
Well, that's it. What? What does she want from my life, Jack? Give me a fucking hard time. Just for sake of giving me a hard time.
Are you doing the next one now?
Don't pee on the chair, please. Fuck, I hate that word. Unhinged. It was that, and someone said to me on one of my streams. It was not wound up, erratic. Someone said that I seem to be erratic. I'm like, erratic. Motherfucker, what? Like, do you even go out anywhere? Like, fucking, if you saw the people that I frequent, like, I'm like Buddha, fucking, compared to the people that I hang around with.
You make me say fucking spider panic. What's up, booby?
I don't know me.
The dog is back on.
Yeah. Goodbye, I guess.
I'm coming out.
Oh, cool.
Is that chair dry?
Yeah.
Can sit on it?
It does.
That's on my chair. This is all brown.
Yeah, no, I was fucking trying to get a decent read. And I did not obviously get it. Also, I think those are,
Yeah, I'm really happy with the choice I made.
there's also like weird, what do you call it? Oxide. Red oxide? I don't know fully what that means.
This look weird now, right?
What? Yeah, they're not very good.
35 female, tried for so long to have our boys and girl. Due to a health issue my husband suffered, he developed fertility issues, and we had to get medical assistance to be able to have our children because if we didn't, he'd probably never have kids. So we went through fertility treatment.
Bless
you.
He desperately wanted his own biological children, and we spent
Bless
a
you, child.
fortune
Bless
to
you,
bring
child.
them into the world, and now he's jealous and distant with them. He's constantly in competition with his own infant children. If I hold the children, he gets frustrated.
What?
Anytime they take my attention away, he gets completely.
Nah, this is a real thing that happens to men, though. Like, where they get fucking, this happened with Alan. When Caitlin got pregnant, Alan completely changed into this, like, constant protective mode that was, like, unnecessary, and I thought he would get over it after Charlie was born. It just got worse, honestly. Like, it like, to the point where now he's, like, he's willing to be violent against a female. Like, it's fucked up. Like, it's super fucked up.
He sees our children as competition to my time and affections. A few times now, he made a couple comments about feeling frustrated that I still breastfeed our children. The thing is, we mix feed, so he has had ample opportunity to feed them, and he just doesn't.
Yeah.
He also said that this, meaning our life and our marriage,
Like, what am I supposed to do, not feed them?
wasn't what he thought it would be like. I mean, what did he expect? A singular baby cries,
And he's back with his
and
boat.
3 of them cry a lot.
What you got?
We've been together for 8 years and married for
They cry a lot because the parents aren't getting along. Babies know.
For them, and now this. I never thought this would ever be.
That sucks.
I am scared. I'm scared for my children. I have tried talking to him, but he just brushes me off. I've suggested counseling. He refuses. He tells me
Well,
it's
that's
all
a
in my
hard
head.
pill to
I
swallow
want to
that
save
you're.
his marriage, but I'm scared I won't be able to, and maybe it's not worth saving. He comes home later every day. He avoids us on the weekends, and
I think because
anytime he has
also
off.
women have a
I'm not
tendency
ashamed
to
to
be
say
like,
that I went through his
I'm going
phone.
through
There are a
pregnancy.
lot of flirtatious texts between him and Jessica. I don't think anything has happened between them, but it sure looks like they are building up to it. I haven't said anything because I'm afraid.
No, you're
What do I do
out.
with three
Like,
children with no
nah.
money and no family?
Yeah,
at
if
home?
you
I agree
if you
with
have three
I agree
children.
that
And I've spent
nothing's
all my savings
happening,
on
but
these
it's
children.
surely
Oh
building
yeah,
up
absolutely,
to it.
absolutely.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
already you're fucking texting a girl like fucking things that are not like actually necessary like conversation. Then yeah, no, you're out. Like I'm done.
I was gonna say because
Fuck that.
I haven't really got into all those trigger warnings yet.
Yeah, it's coming.
I feel like that's down a dark rabbit hole.
Yeah. So, first update.
Because I think
He's been pinching my babies.
what?
Thank you to the person who said I should watch his interactions with my babies more closely and frequently. Not even hours after I posted here asking for advice, I caught him pinching my son. While I was scrolling on here
Oh,
replying to
pinching.
people, I decided to check my baby
Like they're
monitor
fucking
and
dogs.
watched my husband enter our children's room and insult them in a hushed and whispery tone. I couldn't make out much of what he said, but he was without a doubt telling them that he had hated them and wished them dead.
Julie did no.
He had
Julie
pinched
did
my
that
son
right in
and
front of
my
her kid.
baby boy
The
to
kid
make them
standing
cry.
next to her, and she literally was like, "I love my kids, but sometimes I wish I never had them."
It all
I'm
happened
like,
so fast,
your
and
kid's
by the
fucking
time I
standing
could make
next to
sense of
you.
what was
Like,
happening
and I
on
was
the
like, Kate,
monitor,
I can't like if Julie's gonna be coming to Charlie's birthday parties, I can't go
at the same
because like
time,
I
left
I'm
onto the
fucking
sofa
knock her in
and
the
pretty much
fucking
tackled
mouth.
him as
They're
he
like,
climbed
fucking, you don't want your
upstairs.
kid, get
We
someone
got
who
into a
does
physical
want it. Like,
altercation. We fought
can't even
so
handle
hard
like a
he shouted
dog.
for
Why the
help.
fuck would she have fucking
I
3
guess the
kids?
police
Like, that's
called
ridiculous.
because next thing I know, the police are banging on my door.
What?
I explained the situation to the police, and the officers said that they could not prove that my baby was harmed since he didn't have a bruise and my baby monitor was only on live and not simultaneously recording. Eventually, they got my husband to agree to pack a bag and leave.
Fuck.
He left reluctantly. He has since been blowing up my phone, begging for forgiveness,
Oh
talking
wow.
about how he's been depressed and stressed by the
Oh, I don't
babies,
give a
and that
fuck
his
how
anxiety
depressed
and
you are.
jealousy got the best of him. I
You
just
hurt my
replied
kid.
once telling him to go fuck himself.
Fucking.
I've also been in contact with a lawyer, and she's advised me to leave him unblocked in case he further incriminates himself. I don't even recognize who this man is. Where did this all come from?
You live
How
here.
did this happen?
We do live here.
Has any other parent experienced this? How did
I
you
love
handle
that
this?
too.
Before y'all start jumping down my throat, I am
Yeah.
absolutely getting a divorce, and I will do
Oh, for
everything in
sure.
my power to get full custody. I did take my children to our family doctor, and they
Just
are
with
in
my
full
name.
health, and there are no other signs of abuse. I filed a report with the police, and my lawyer is dealing with it. I'm also about to start the process.
Ooh, that's very big.
Yeah.
Cool.
God damn, that's scary.
That is fucking scary.
Any other thoughts?
Alright. Oh my god, I can't imagine like 3 kids. How old are they? Like,
Yeah, but you know what? As soon as I find out that fucking someone
She said they're
hurts my kid
they're 6
in
months.
any way, like
they're
you
younger
never
than 6
fucking put a
months,
hand
so
on my fucking kid.
maybe they're triplets.
It's just so scary. It's like that's the person that you chose to have your life with.
Yeah, but you never really know people, and
That's
like,
certainly gonna be the coolest in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I can provide you with undying
Just
trust,
see everyone do it.
Yeah.
and that gives you a little bit of peace of mind. And then
well, because I was gonna do the yellow, and I'm like, nah, that shit behind is gonna be
Yeah,
like,
you
oh, that's
can't.
just totally copying me.
Yeah, you can't.
finally,
And you know, these guys had their chair center at their house, so you know you can't really keep them the same.
Where after you have kids, or even just after marriage,
Yeah,
the person that you married is not the
changes.
person that you
Yeah,
thought
very
you
much.
married.
Alan
Just,
completely changed.
But because in his mind he thinks he holds her now.
N-
Like,
no,
How did it go so wrong?
I think he
For my
realized
birthday,
that
he broke into the
Caitlyn
house.
wasn't ready for that because she didn't. Like, I got to go and experience like clubbing on like every weekend until I got fucking fed up and tired of it. Caitlyn never experienced that, but we kind of thought that Caitlyn would never want
Last week it
to.
was my 36th birthday.
experience like
Actually,
part that kind of
I was
lifestyle,
on my birthday and was reminded by my sister
but she
that
very
it
much
was
like
I
she very much
started and
detached
drove
from
around the
Charlie
house
when he
and I
was
got my
first
kids
born.
dressed
Like
to go shopping
she
and
didn't
get
want to do
groceries.
mom stuff
We
at
got
all.
back and I
She
brought
wanted
up
to
the
go out
groceries.
with her
My baby
friends
was
and she wanted to
fussy,
go
so I
to
tired him out
new
and ready for bed
restaurants
and
and
went for a
cafes and
walk.
bars and
When I
shit.
got
Like,
back home,
You do that before having
kitchen,
kids.
but she didn't. She never like, but we never thought she wanted to because she's like a D&D WoW kind of
It's
person.
probably
Like,
because now that she can't anymore. She
yeah,
wants to do
exactly,
it.
exactly. So like, she's very bitter about the fact that she
I did think of walking
kind
to
of
the
like, I
door,
guess, missed out on that. But like, there's nothing.
she was
Like
following
there's
me
nothing
around
that you're missing out on, but a lot of people have to experience like and get tired of that lifestyle to understand that it's not.
He said he wanted to talk and clear
It's
the
all
air
false. It's not real. It doesn't have any kind of like substantial meaning in your life.
We
Like
had a long conversation and it
like
started
there's
out
pictures of
reasonable,
people like in
but
groups
then
like
his
at
spiral
clubs
got
and it's
out of
like memories. It's like those memories are fucking so empty. Like
because I refused to let him stay. He tried to physically intimidate me and he hurt me. While he was hurting me, I was still able to contact the police. It took them an excruciatingly long 20 to 25 minutes to get there.
oh my god,
So here I
fucking
am
sitting on a sidewalk fucking waiting for Dom and like the two cops are like watching YouTube videos in the fucking car like fucking laughing and shit. And I was like hyperventilating on the side of the road waiting for Dom.
Here I am. I can't even look my neighbors in the eye. I can't go outside
Like
without
I'm
seeing
very
shocked
no, it was so embarrassing. Like the whole fucking neighborhood came out. Even a neighbor that I've never seen her before. She ran out of her apartment. She was like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "I'm fine. I just need him to get him away from me." Like,
I think I did everything right. Like I created a stable life for myself, then picked a man that at
it
the
was
time was
very
a very
humiliating.
loving partner. I married that man and waited 5 years before even going through a process of having
I'm
children
so
with him.
fucking lucky,
And
dude.
now, once I've had his children, he's just beating on me and our babies. Edit. My sister is now aware of what's been happening and she's supporting me as best as she can. I have plans to move out, but since I'm not working right now, I need some time to save up. His family is also aware. His family has refused to believe that I saw him hurt our child, but they can't deny this attack now that they've seen my bruises. Also,
But you
yes,
know,
he was
it's like
arrested, and he was bailed out by his brother. He's currently staying with his brother.
Oh my god.
well, same. My
Yeah.
parents the same. Or my mom did the same thing to me. Where she was just like, "Well, are you being a good girlfriend?"
Reading that.
I was just like, I just told you that he's like
Just happened to bring,
verbally
like,
and mentally abusive,
awareness to
and
it
he
or something.
agrees that he's also being
never
mentally
truly
verbally
know.
abusive.
Like,
And
Trust your
your
gut.
response
Like,
is,
trust your guy,
well,
like,
what are you doing wrong?
comes home, bro. Like, what can you do?
I know. What
Could you turn around and run?
I know.
It
And then
sound-
what? Your kids are still in the house.
Yeah. Well, like,
You're
or
scared
they're
the crap out of
holding
your
your hand while
kids
he
too.
jumps
So
on you outside. Like, what are you supposed to do?
I know. It's really tough. There's another update. I say all of this without exaggeration. I am certain he was getting ready to kill us. After nearly
Wow.
8 months of turmoil, I'm finally close to understanding. My soon-to-be ex-husband is in love with a woman he came across on social media,
oh wow,
and he has been obsessing over her for at
what
least a
the
year.
fuck?
She also happens to be a sex worker.
Ah, fuck.
How typical.
I know, eh?
You paid for her once and he's like, dude.
Oh, we're in love and we're
No,
gonna
but
be
it's
together forever,
kind of like to not accept the fact that you just paid for sex.
right?
So then you're like, no, it's
But
because
we're
I'm in
in
love
love.
with her.
Yeah,
I respect that for
and we'll be together forever. Like,
I can barely believe half of the things he's been up to.
fuck.
I've spent the past few weeks playing detective.
Oh yeah, no. Even now, I'm starting to realize. Like the other day when I was going through my bank fucking statements, I'm like, you know what? He was accusing me of being so at all these addresses that came up automatically on the Uber Eats and Skip the Dishes. I'm pretty sure it was him that was the one who actually drained my fucking bank account and would order Skip the Dishes and Uber Eats and shit like multiple times a day. Like fucking 5 times a day sometimes. It would be like $50 orders of like Uber Eats or like Skip the Dishes. I'm like, really? Like, think I'm ordering that much food for me? Like, it doesn't make sense. But I'm like, now that I think of it, he accused me of that so many fucking times. I'm like, he's probably the one who was fucking doing that. Like,
During our long call, I also explained to Jessica.
I think it's just crazy that like this is like
She also agreed to speak to
A
my
very
lawyer and
common
send
thing that
some
happens in a lot of people's
text
relationships,
voicemails
and I'm just
and
like,
voice notes he sent her.
for
For a little
so
while after
long,
our
I was like, am
conversation,
I the
part
one
of me
that's fucked up?
genuinely hated
Like, this
Jessica
seems pretty
and
fucked
wanted to
up.
blame her for
Like,
everything. But the rational part
and
of
I'm
me
glad
wished
that
that
there's
she was
somebody
someone
else
she
in the
was
world who's like,
thoughts.
no, that's fucked
Especially
up. That's
after
not
I
normal.
read his disturbing texts and heard his voicemails and notes to Jessica.
Oh, what are they fucking?
She had also
They were
been
saying
sleepless.
on one of my self-help things,
Honestly,
whatever,
there's nothing like
that when
listening to
you're
your husband and
starting
father
to
of your
date,
children
right off
talk
the
about
bat,
how
you have to
you
be
and your
like,
children mean nothing to him
I'm only
and how he wishes you
interested
were dead.
in
He could have
dating
just asked for
somebody
a
who is
divorce
going
or
to
just
want
got
to
up and
only
left.
date one
I
person,
sent
which
him
is
huge
me. I'm like,
texts asking
this
him
is all
why.
like, I don't even know what the fuck you
This
guys are
was the
talking
one
about.
time
This
thing,
is like,
and since then I've stopped
that's
all
the
contact.
whole definition
Why
of
do all
Dating.
this?
dating.
Why
Yeah.
torment my
If
babies?
you
Why
don't
not
want
just
to
walk
date
away?
the one
He
person,
responded
then
with a
maybe
message
don't
saying
be
any
like, I'm
conversation
dating.
between us
Just
should
go
be
around and be
Yeah.
like, hey, wanna fuck?
His parents have him lawyered
Because
up.
I think some
They
people
know what
believe
he's
that
been up
dating
to,
is like,
and they've
oh,
chosen
I'm
to
seeing
protect
someone,
him.
but if I found
His
someone
father
better, I'm
keeps
gonna go
me
to that
and his
person.
not-so-drunk
Well, and it also
sister
there's like
guessing
women for some reason think
if
that
I
makes
stopped
them like
talking about
strong
his
and
son
empowered or
and was
whatever
planning on
shit.
leaving.
And
Ever
it's just
since
kind of
he
like
broke into the house
that
and pretty much
girl that
tried
I
to
keep
kill me,
seeing that I'm
I
like,
told anyone who listened
she
what
wears
he's
little
done.
tops and
At
like
this
the
point, even
shorts that
his
I can see her
colleagues
butt.
know.
I'm like, girl, it's gonna be a shit day for you though once you realize that like
Sorry, I know I said
men may be nicer to you,
but I think
Because
it's
of
like important
but
to
once they get what they
frame
want,
situations like this.
trust me, like
I
it
agree.
feels bad.
We
It feels
have a
really
platform,
bad.
and I think
Like,
as dark and hard as it is to listen, sometimes you need to listen and the awareness needs to be brought to.
If we can like save anyone from like having the
like
situation
just
happen
because
to them,
someone's
like,
nice to you
100%,
doesn't mean
yeah.
they actually respect
I-
you.
Yeah. There's a
Isn't
final
that weird
update
that
here.
paintbrushes are fucking 3 times cheaper than a cup?
Last week Thursday at approximately 2
Kinda,
a.m.
eh?
in the morning, my
It's been a while where I'm like prices of stuff doesn't make sense to me
Yeah.
anymore.
And then no wonder why people don't have the value of money, because how did they put a giant rock on their lawn?
It's always been there.
When he was arrested,
Wow.
they found in his
One
truck
out of one,
small
Yannick.
baggies with drug residue, and they also found tools of abduction. I
What?
honestly do not know what these were exactly.
I don't understand.
My
What's
soon-to-be
tools of
ex-father-in-law
production?
called
Duct
me around
tape, zip tie,
4:45
bag.
a.m. to tell me that his son was arrested.
I have those things in my car.
Those are tools of abduction.
That's stupid. That's
If
stupid.
it's tools of murder, you have the shovel.
He said he didn't have time for investigation.
Or you work in construction.
He then asked if I
Yeah,
could help
right?
them find a lawyer for him and to stand by his son throughout all of this. When I said to him, how the hell am I supposed to find a lawyer this early in the morning? He lost his shit and then
Lawyers are
just
24-hour,
screaming.
lady.
My soon-to-be ex-mother-in-law took over the phone,
Like, when
told
I
me that I'm
say,
a goddamn bitch.
hey,
and
talk
that
to my
this is
lawyer,
all
it's
my
3
fault.
a.m. in the fucking
I hung
police
up and
station.
didn't say anything.
Who's at the
I never
phone?
needed this man to take
Answering
drugs.
at 3 a.m.?
Sure, he
My
drank
lawyer.
occasionally, but hard drugs.
That's what we pay them for.
Honestly,
Yep.
I don't know what's
So
happening
every time I
anymore
see him,
or
it's
how I got
$250.
here. I mean, it does make sense that he was on cocaine in the past 7 or 8 months now.
Nope,
that I look
Tina.
back at
I
things.
guarantee you it's not
I
blow,
mean,
it's
I don't
Tina.
even know anything about drugs to be able
Because
to recognize
honestly,
the behavior
I
pattern.
don't think
But
I've
once I raised
ever,
my shit, it seemed clear.
even the fentanyl,
The
like,
moodiness, the
I've
disappearances,
never
the lies,
seen
the anger, the
people
sudden
that are
outbursts
so
of violence.
addicted to
It
a
all
drug
points to
that
drug
they
usage,
know is
as well
so
as him being an
damaging to
abusive
them
piece of shit.
and then
His
continue
parents
to
and the rest
take
of his
it. Like,
family had called and texted me so much abusive shit, and they occasionally switched to begging me to go see him or pick up his
oh,
calls,
Cameron used to
but
do
I
that all
mainly
the
ignored
time.
them. I don't have
Oh, it
time
was
or the
fucking,
energy or the love that is needed to be there for this man and his parents.
like the first time
I've given
I
him
said I
8
was
years
leaving
of my life
too,
and affection, and he spat
and
it back into
I
the
expected
during the
that it
hardest,
was going to
most
end in a
vulnerable
screaming
time of my
fight,
life.
but then he
Also,
started having
why
a
would
panic
anybody
attack,
ever help him for everything he's done? Especially
and I was
since
just
I've
kind of
been
like,
so
I did
in
not
jail,
expect
not only
this,
hurting my
but like
children,
it's not
but
going
also for
to
hurting
change
myself and
the
Jessica.
outcome though.
I
Like,
hope and pray he's jailed for the rest of his natural life. I mean, I've tried being a good wife, but he has attacked my children. He's attacked me. He has lied and
and
tormented
that
us.
will
Am I
never
supposed to
stop. I
help him?
don't think.
I don't even know how I
Unless
go from
if
here.
they go to
How did we
jail
get
and they
here?
get
I packed
mandatory
up stuff and I'm
fucking
leaving. I'm disappearing with my
therapy,
kids,
whatever.
and everything else between me and these people can be handled through my lawyer. The only person who knows where I'm moving to is my lawyer and my sister. I mean, what else can
What?
I do to protect my
The only
children?
person who
His
knows
entire
where I'm
family
moving is my lawyer
I
and
keep
my
my head high.
sister.
See, I didn't even fucking do that.
Discussing
I tried for as long as humanly possible. That's
Look at
the
that.
only person who knew where I lived was Dumb.
Ken cells, man. What the fuck?
No, there was one that was going up straight,
How am I supposed to
and it
rebuild
kind
my
of stopped,
life
and it
when they
went
won't
up
stop
again.
tormenting me?
I was like, what the
In less
fuck is
than a
that?
year of their
Definitely
work,
not a plane.
I managed to fail my children.
Look, they're literally
That's it.
creating clouds. Just look at that one.
I know
The one in the middle, right there. It's bigger.
The family person's
And then all behind us, it's clouds now.
Probably the suspects.
Their family like sticks up for
Maybe.
them. Like I would.
There's
Yeah,
one
I would
kind of
go
plane
to this.
that
I don't know.
that
Maybe I would
flies
take
over
a
though
lot
at
more money
nighttime.
if I needed it. I wouldn't
After
have
all the other
if I
commercial
absolutely needed it,
flights
I would leave it.
have gone over,
Exactly what she's
and
doing.
it's
Run,
really high up.
Never tell them where I live. Get away from them.
I like to believe in conspiracy.
They will always find out a way to find out where you live.
She said that
Apparently,
she
so
drained her savings with the fertility.
I was like, the only one who knows is Dumb.
So it's like
There's no way
first
she
I
could
was
find
like,
out.
No, but if you need the money, like, and it's okay, stop telling them about it. Okay, I can take the money. How much is it? I'll 50 grand.
You know what? That's the difference. I would say, I never want any kind of contact you. I don't even want your money though.
Somebody need to go when you have kids involved to the point where you can, like,
If the father is not going to be in the picture, then he's not going to be in the picture at all. At all. And I will support my kids myself.
Sounds like this dude's fucked.
I feel weird facing this way.
Why?
I don't know.
And then he was out on bail. And then he got arrested again while he was out on bail. This dude's fucked. He's going to jail.
Hopefully.
He's going to be in jail for a while.
Yeah, I hope so.
He's not going to, he won't get bail again because you already did something wrong while you're out on bail. So you're not going to get bail.
Yeah,
the
bro.
second
You
time.
don't really
So you're
understand the
gonna
fucking legal
be
system
deep
at all, then, eh?
So you're going to stay in jail until now you have 2 court dates to go through for 2 different charges.
Even if he's in jail, like I would move away from
Yeah,
him.
definitely.
Much lighter than I thought.
Yeah,
After everything.
I wouldn't take the money.
Yeah, exactly. See?
I know,
Yeah, no, I wouldn't take any money from him.
Like,
And I would just be like, hey,
That's
Can I
better.
take the money and then
Nice.
can I get the hell
Nice.
out of here and then never know where I am? Can that happen?
Yeah.
no, they'll find you.
Last resort to take the money,
Eventually.
But like she says she has no savings, so like if they're offering you money to stop
Nope.
talking about it, I'm not saying that she should be silenced. I absolutely don't think
No,
so.
no.
I just
Figure it
feel
out yourself,
that's
because
her
then
best
you're still
option.
Your
relying
chair's
on.
gonna look like cotton candy.
Yeah, that's what we're going for.
Oh, nice.
Both.
Do what you do.
Take the money and
Ah,
like and
tiny
still,
bumblebee, go away.
I don't know. But if it's like take the money and you won't
I don't trust tiny
go
bumblebees.
to court and testify against them, then absolutely not.
Yeah.
Testify
Because
against them.
they're
Yeah, they just want you to
they're
stop
lost.
talking to the neighbors about it type
Yeah.
of thing. Alright, sure, but like at the end of the day, like make sure he's fucked. That's so like it just kind of shows you that like
You never really know
downward
somebody.
spiral, like mental
The
spiral.
red flowers over here are kind of pretty, aren't they?
Very pretty.
For 8 years.
Yeah, didn't show any
Suits you
signs
well.
of this before.
Was it the kids?
I
Or
think
was
so.
it actually the drugs? What
Both.
drugs? She doesn't know. Like, what drugs was she doing? Like coke? Maybe it was something
Tina.
worse.
I think she said coke.
Maybe it was something worse. Like who knows?
Tina,
what
makes you
drugs
paranoid.
Was it tainted? Was it just coke? Was
Makes
it
you
something
fucking,
else? Was he on meth? Like, who knows?
Delusional.
how
Like
much
full
of a
on.
mental spiral
Yeah.
those
Psychosis.
drugs had on this guy that he went from seeming like a normal person just spiraling within a year. Down
Tina,
to this
coke doesn't do that.
absolute Craziness.
Yeah.
And
Coke is
also,
people
like,
who do it
like,
on a
touches what
daily.
like social
Everybody
media.
knows that they're
That's
doing it on a
scary
daily,
part
and they
of
financially put
of, like,
their family into debt. Like,
infatuated over that girl I saw on social media, like
What are you
stalkers
doing?
and shit.
A
Like,
little fucking
Yeah.
bumblebee's after me, but son of a bumblebee.
fucking crazy people.
it's a deer fly, maybe.
Yeah.
Giant
I
fucking
know.
horsefly.
I'm
Oh.
glad he's in jail now, and hopefully he stays there.
I hope so.
Yeah. I wish we had another update, but
Yeah.
okay.
Where did all the ants come from?
But yeah.
I hope she was able to cut and get away and go somewhere very far.
Yeah.
See?
Away!
That one.
Holy fuck, this is terrifying.
That's the one.
Fuck the
I'll
utter
fucking
garbage
smack
that is
the
that
shit out of
family.
you.
I wish OP all the oh god.
Yeah, same. Absolute trash.
Yeah.
Did you look at the
Just
roof?
trust your gut.
Yeah.
Always stay safe.
Put it there.
Don't let your spouse
Yeah,
control everything in
No.
your relationship.
Look again.
Always just make sure that you
Binoculars.
have other people too to support you
And your own needs.
and your own needs. Exactly. Like this could happen to literally anyone. everybody. Like,
Yeah.
no one expects that this will happen to them.
No.
But it
Until it
does
does.
happen until it does. So,
Keep
like,
your faith in your own hands.
yeah,
Fate.
I would just always, like, if you can, keep funds for yourself.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
don't always rely on your partner financially.
On your baby
Like, I
daddy,
just
yeah,
think
no
that
shit.
is, like, always
Because if you think the
doesn't end
government's
well.
gonna come help
No,
you.
You can
No,
work
it
for
can,
people,
but sometimes it can't. So, like, even if like you're the
No,
stay-at-home
but like,
mom
don't
situation,
fucking give
Yeah.
that people that
have
power.
an understanding.
Fuck that.
Even if he's the sole income provider, that
Mm-mm.
some of that income is yours, and you're going to be moving it every
Okay.
month in your own account to do what you want. So, and
Nope,
have credit
fuck
cards
it.
in your name. Have line of credit in
You
your
don't
name.
get any
Have
fucking
everything
say
set up so
fucking
like
in
worst
Where's
case
the
scenario, like you have
radio?
access to
What?
funds to get
It's
away.
after
Yeah.
me.
Exactly.
Because you never know.
I'm
Yeah,
going inside.
And we
Okay,
talked
bye.
about, like, stay-at-home moms relying on their partner's income and stuff like that. And I think that's completely fine, but like I think the best course of action is to have an understanding with your partner that even though you're providing, like, I still need a fund for myself
And my own accounts.
my own, exactly, your own accounts. Like, just always talk about that first before.
Make sure it's open.
Yeah. Because
I'm not saying that you should steal from husband
Yeah.
provider. I'm saying it should be an open conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. And if he says no, that's a red flag. Like, that's
Eh.
yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry that got really dark and deep. Hopefully we can bring awareness to this and yeah.
Okay. Okay. Fuck me up. Yeah. Okay. Well, Ah. Mm. Good dog. Mm. Mm. Okay, wait. What?
Feel the breeze, melt away.
Please?
Coming up.
Protocols have been put in place to allow so-called safe supply of fentanyl to children under 18 without parental consent or knowledge. Will the minister clearly stand against fentanyl ever being given recreationally to children? Yes or no?
Oh.
Is the government looking to fund a so-called safe supply of cocaine?
What?
A leaked BC Northern Health memo told nurses to stop confiscating weapons from patients and to permit the use of hard drugs in their rooms. Are you aware of this?
It's healthcare. No abortion is healthcare. Clinic 554 in Fredericton, the last remaining abortion clinic in New Brunswick, closed its doors for
Oh my God.
Can the minister explain why the government failed to see Clinic 554? And can the minister explain what his government is doing to hold provinces accountable when they restrict abortion care? When
Oh my
will
God.
they establish abortion care in New Brunswick?
Fair Price Pharma is a company that got 15 kilograms of imported heroin licensed by Health Canada at some point. Has the minister met with the CEO, Harry Kendall?
God.
Pursuant to Standing Order 81-4, the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been withdrawn, and the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole to study all votes under Department of Health and the estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025.
The House is now Committee of the Whole for the study of all credits on all votes under Department of Health.
The first job will begin in the official opposition.
Each member will be allocated 15 minutes at a time, which may be used
Are you just speaking English?
and proposing questions.
Are you guys actually like pretending like you just switched to French? Wow. Because this guy can barely speak English.
Start out by saying that I will be sharing my time with the member from Cumberland, Colchester, and the member from South Surrey, White Rock. Sorry, it's a bit of a tongue twister. I would like to direct all my questions to the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction. How many people die due to overdose in British Columbia every day on average?
Honorable Minister has 19 seconds.
25,000 now.
The national average since 2016 is 42,000 deaths. The average across the country is 22 deaths per day.
Yeah.
The honorable member for Fort McMurray
close.
Cold Lake.
It's 6 that die every day in British Columbia. What is the leading cause of death of British Columbians aged 10 to 18?
What?
The honorable minister has 9 seconds.
Oh, shit.
Current data, it is due to drug overdose.
What?
Honorable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
What is the leading cause of death in British Columbia for those between 10 and 59?
The Honourable Minister has 6 seconds.
86% of overdose deaths have been shown to be as a result of the illicit toxic drug supply.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
What is the percentage increase in overdose deaths in Canada after 9 years?
The Honourable Minister
Okay.
has 6 seconds.
Current data shows that 86% of overdose deaths are due to the toxic drug supply.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
The answer is 166%.
What?
There are around 50 million state-supplied hydromorphone pills prescribed in British Columbia every year. How many of those are acceptable to be converted into medicines?
The Honourable Minister has 15 seconds.
As the member knows, diversion is illegal in all parts of the country, including all prescribed medications.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
So is the answer 0?
Ha!
The Honourable Minister has 3 seconds.
The member knows diversion is illegal.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Is the answer 0?
Nope, it's not.
The Honourable Minister has 3 seconds.
RCMP has indicated there's been no increase in the data since over the past decade.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
How much diversion is acceptable to administer?
The Honourable Minister.
It's illegal.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Has decriminalization been successful in Colombia?
Minister's 4 seconds.
Yes, the number of people who've been arrested rather than being diverted to health services has grown.
The Honourable Member from
Why did you Colombia's request to effectively ban youth drug use in places?
The Honourable Minister has 6 seconds.
We responded to BC's request for payment.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Why did it take you 11 days to respond to their request?
Huh.
The Honourable Minister has 4 seconds.
Good question.
Responsible action.
The Honourable Minister.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, the Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Why not just end
Come
it
on.
altogether?
The Honourable Minister.
Come on.
We require full
Hurry up.
tools to address the overdose crisis.
Come
The
on.
Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Fucking idiot.
How
Oh
are
my
you
god.
measuring success in BC's decriminalization?
Guys.
The Honourable Minister has 6 seconds.
The
Wait,
decreased number
you're a
of
hop,
arrests
skipping a
and
jump,
referrals to
eh?
health services.
Take your sweet ass time crossing the road,
From Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
dummy.
Leading addiction physicians from across Canada have written several letters demanding the minister make all safe supply programs witness and recovery focused or shut them down. Will the minister follow the advice of experts?
No,
Honourable Minister has 12 seconds.
I met with experts, many experts, with many different opinions and advice. We listened to them and took mitigation measures where needed, and we will continue to work to make sure it is safe.
The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake. If you touch that, let her know that she has 1 minute left on the call. No.
Safe supply of fentanyl to children under 18 without parental consent or knowledge. Will the minister clearly stand against fentanyl ever being given recreationally to children? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister has 13 seconds.
Young child has been prescribed fentanyl. Prescribed alternatives are a relationship between a physician and their patient and will be done under strict advisement.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Will you stand up against recreational fentanyl to children? Yes or no?
Point of order, the Honourable Member from Kingston, the Island.
The member should be directing her questions through you. She said, will you ask a question directly of the minister? Perhaps you could just remind the House.
I think you've done it effectively, and I'm certain the Honourable Member didn't much mind. So, the Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Will the minister stand up against recreational fentanyl to youth? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister has 7 seconds.
Recreational fentanyl is illegal, and we have law enforcement to do that.
The Honourable Member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
The minister has the power to say no to this. Will she? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister has 3
Law
seconds.
enforcement places its role in the illegal toxic drug supply.
We will now recognize the honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much, Chair. These questions will be directed to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions as well. Is your government looking to fund the so-called safe supply of cocaine?
I can imagine what the point of order is, and I'm certain that the honourable member from Cumberland Colchester needs to ask a question to the Chair. The honourable minister has 8 seconds.
All medication is under the CDSSA with strict regulations.
The honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
Government is the NDP Liberal government looking at allowing the so-called safe supply of cocaine?
The honourable minister has 6 seconds.
It is under the strict advisement of experts and physicians with their patients.
The honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
Is the NDP Liberal government looking to fund the so-called safe supply of heroin?
The honourable minister has 5 seconds.
All medications are regulated under the CDSA and prescriber models per province are in place.
The honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
Is the NDP Liberal government looking at allowing the so-called safe supply of heroin?
The honourable minister has 4 seconds.
Prescribed alternatives are a relationship between the physician and their patient. There are strict regulations around it.
Member from Cumberland Colchester.
Could the minister explain to Canadians what is the company called Fair Price Pharma?
The honourable minister has 7 seconds.
It is a private company in British Columbia, to my knowledge.
The honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
Could the minister confirm or deny that this company, Fair Price Pharma, has a dealer's license for heroin?
The honourable minister has 6 seconds.
To my knowledge, they do not at this time.
The honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
Could the minister confirm or deny that Fair Price Pharma has an importation license for heroin?
The honourable minister has 6 seconds. The honourable minister.
Officials to answer that question.
I'd also like to let the honourable members know that when there's time of consultation, that it is not taken away from the time of the member to pose their questions. The honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
Can the minister tell Canadians how much heroin Fair Price Pharma is importing to Canada?
That is a question to refer to officials.
Oddly enough, Chair, the answer is 15 kilograms. Can the minister tell Canadians when this 15 kilograms of heroin was imported to Canada?
The honourable minister has 10 seconds.
Again, Mr. Chair, question for officials.
The honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
Perhaps the minister would like to tell Canadians that that was in November of 2021. Can the minister tell Canadians, can the minister tell us if the minister's ever met with someone named Mary Kendall?
The honourable minister has 13 seconds. The honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
Is the minister aware that Mary Kendall is the founder of Fair Price Pharma?
The honourable minister has 4 seconds.
Not engaged with Fair Price Pharma, to my knowledge.
Does the minister believe that heroin should be distributed via vending machines?
No.
Does the minister believe that distribution of so-called safe supply via vending machines is indeed safe?
The honourable minister has 6 seconds.
There are strict mitigation rules around prescribed alternatives.
Perhaps the minister didn't hear the question, but could the minister tell Canadians if the minister believes that distribution of so-called safe supply via vending machines is indeed safe?
All prescribers are under strict regulatory bodies. Medication and treatment to their patients.
Is this so-called safe supply via vending machines safe in this room?
High levels of regulatory risk mitigation are in place for all programs and prescribers.
Why is safe? I think we should tell Canadians that why safe project received $3.5 million in grants. Perhaps the member of the minister could confirm that $3.5 million was indeed a why safe project. health officials to profit off distribution of drugs and selling to the government they used to work for.
Question the Honourable Minister.
I don't deal in hypotheticals, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey Whitewater.
Mr. Speaker, my questions will all be for the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. Does the Minister agree that hospitals should be safe places where patient care is a priority?
The Honourable Minister has 13 seconds.
I think we all agree that hospitals should be a safe place where patients receive care.
The Honourable Member from South
A BC
Surrey
nurse
Whitewater.
was told not to breastfeed her child in case her milk was contaminated by drugs she was exposed to at work. As a parent, does the Minister find this acceptable?
The Honourable Minister has 10 seconds.
As a parent, we want all places to be safe.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey Whitewater.
5 nurses on one shift were so sick that they had to be sent to emergency because of exposure to fentanyl smoke. Does the Minister find this acceptable?
The Honourable Minister has 9 seconds.
All hospitals should be safe places for those who work there. We have passed legislation to protect health workers, and provinces have the same responsibilities to regulate hospitals.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey Whitewater.
So would the Minister say that should nurses be exposed to fentanyl smoke in the workplace? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister has 8 seconds.
Legislation to ensure workplace safety, including hospitals, that is regulated both by the province, and we've ensured legislation for health workers to be safe.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey
And
Whitewater.
yet that didn't happen under this Minister in the exemption she granted to British Columbia. Should nurses be exposed to meth smoke in their workplace? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister has 8 seconds.
The well knows health services are the purview of provincial jurisdiction for safety and enforcement.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey Whitewater.
It is in fact a combined jurisdiction. Would this Minister agree or not agree that nurses should be afraid if they might be stabbed with a knife in their workplace?
The Honourable Minister has 10 seconds.
I believe all members agree that workplaces, including hospitals, should be safe.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey Whitewater.
A leaked BC Northern Health memo told nurses to stop confiscating weapons from patients and to permit the use of hard drugs in their rooms. Are you aware of this, Minister?
I'm certain that the Honourable Minister has 12 seconds on the clock.
Hospitals and law enforcement are under provincial jurisdiction to ensure safe workplaces. We, of course, support the enforcement of safe workplaces for health workers.
The Honourable Member from Surrey Whitewater.
Does the Minister then confirm or deny that she granted exemption to the BC, to the province of BC, at the request of that government, to allow these kind of hard drug uses in public places, including hospitals?
The Honourable Minister has 18 seconds.
The request by BC for the Section 56.1 exemption had clear mandate of public safety and public health, and that is how we work collaboratively with the BC government.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey Whitewater.
Well, the Minister didn't answer my question. Did this Minister, in fact, grant an exemption at the request of the BC government that allowed for hard drug use, unprescribed and unsupervised, in hospitals in British Columbia?
The Honourable Minister has 15 seconds.
The BC exemption, which was requested by the province, has been amended as per their request to ensure that public safety is a top priority, as well as ensuring public health services.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey Whitewater.
When did the Minister sign that exemption?
The Honourable Minister has 4 seconds.
Verb needs to be clear on which amendment.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey Whitewater.
Did the Minister sign the exemption that allowed for hard drug use in public spaces, including hospitals in British Columbia?
Before I pass the clock to the Honourable Minister, I'd just like to inform the Honourable Member from South Surrey Whitewater that she has less than a minute left on the clock. 7 seconds to the Minister.
The exemption was signed under my predecessor.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey Whitewater.
Yesterday, I introduced the Safe Hospitals Act that would ban this Minister or any succeeding Minister from allowing open, unprescribed, and unsupervised hard drug use in hospitals. Does the Minister agree that this is a common sense?
The Minister has 14 seconds on the clock.
The commitment is to work collaboratively with provinces and territories with
their jurisdictions and the responsibilities under their purview, which include health services and safety and law enforcement.
Honourable member for Secretary White Rock has a time for a brief question.
Thank you. Will the minister commit to supporting the Safe Hospitals Act? And if not, why not?
The Honourable Minister.
For the debate.
Honourable member from Westminster Burnaby.
First off, the issue of keeping profit out of healthcare. We've seen conservative premiers across the country trying to take advantage of the healthcare system to allow for-profit corporations to take over. The minister explained to Canadians what he's doing to stop Canadian conservative premiers from strangling the healthcare system and allowing profit to take over.
The Honourable Minister has 27 seconds.
Okay, so in a very short period of time, first thing, the interpretation letters which we need to issue, which I think will be critically important on helping to stem that. Secondly, we recognize that provinces may have taken some actions coming out of COVID to try to reduce burden, but that we need to see those gaps closed and public systems protected. And of course, under the Canada Health Act, we have done reductions in instances where private health care has been present and have the ability to do that in other places.
The Honourable member from Westminster Burnaby.
And now on to women's health care. Abortion is health care. And the bill's promise to expand access to sexual and reproductive health. Abortion care is still inaccessible for far too many, especially in northern and rural communities. Clinic 554 in Fredericton, the last remaining abortion clinic in New Brunswick, closed its doors earlier this year. Can the minister explain why the government failed to see Clinic 554? And can the minister explain what his government is doing to hold provinces accountable when they restrict abortion care? And when will they reestablish abortion care in New Brunswick?
Well, that's just 31 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, abortion care is absolutely essential health care, and all women should have access to it no matter where they are in the country. There are still options in New Brunswick, but not enough of them. This is a conversation I've had with Minister Fitch with respect to the clinic that's been referenced. That's obviously under provincial jurisdiction, but there have been instances where we've withheld because of actions taken on this issue from the Canada the transfers of the Canada Health Act. But I'd like to be able to fix this again with cooperation. It's essential that women have access to the care that they need. Also, I'm talking about pharmacare, what we're doing.
Honourable member from Westminster Burnaby.
If the New Brunswick government is not cooperating, what will the federal government do to reestablish abortion care in New Brunswick?
The Honourable Minister has 5 seconds.
Well, Minister Hindley's retiring. We have a new health minister. I'm talking to him and the incoming minister on that very matter.
So resuming debate. Member from Thornton.
Split my way three ways. Fairprice Pharma is a company who got 15 kilograms of imported heroin licensed by Health Canada at some point. Has the minister met with the CEO, Harry Kendall?
I have not met with the CEO, but just to be clear, we have not granted a license to Fairprice Pharma. They haven't even applied.
They are in possession of 15 kilograms of imported heroin as a result of a license that was granted by Health Canada. Just to be clear, has anybody in the minister's office met with Harry Kendall?
The minister has 12 seconds.
I have not met with Harry Kendall, and I will say again, Fairprice Pharma has not applied for the
minister's office met with Harry Kendall as well. Has anybody in the office met with representatives from Fairprice Pharma? The lobby registry says that on September 15th, 2023, that representatives from the minister's office met with Fairprice Pharma. So can she tell the House if that's true or not?
To my knowledge, no one from my office has met with this.
The minister have any idea what is going on in her office and who has met with Fairprice Pharma?
To my knowledge, no one on my team has met with Fairprice Pharma.
This is a particular question from the government, so either
action is knowledge. And I know I've covered this program. Even member mentioned has been
The minister isn't planning to fund a so-called safe supply of heroin. Why is anybody in the ministry, her office, her predecessor's office, meeting with Fair Price Pharma?
I have not met with her this program. Our prescribed alternative programs and the distribute and drugs distributed are paid for and prescribed by the provinces.
Clearly not getting an answer. We're clearly not getting a straight answer from the minister, so I will move on to something that she probably can answer and should answer. She's a minister from Toronto. Her failed experiment in British Columbia that she had to pull back because she was forced to by the radical NDP government there. Will she roll it out for good in Toronto forever?
Mr. Speaker, the member doesn't seem to appreciate the importance of collaborative work between federal government jurisdictions in addressing the overdose crisis. We will continue to work with all jurisdictions as per their requests on what we can do to save lives.
Yes or no question? Yes or no?
The federal government will always work with its provincial and municipal partners to ensure that we address.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
To show that after the next election, if they are elected, they will legalize the same way in British Columbia, in Toronto, that she will do in Toronto that she did in British Columbia. She just basically said yes.
Thornhill has elapsed your time, but I'll allow the honourable minister 6 seconds to respond.
We don't work in hypotheticals, we work with facts.
Please to débat, là, is it debate?
No. My question is for the Minister for Mental Health. The government launched a pilot project a few years ago. Can the Minister say which province that was in? The Honourable Minister has 12 seconds.
Here, the question wasn't clear. I just asked the member to repeat it, and I will respect the time.
Which province asked you for a pilot project for the open project? Which province? Minister in 6 seconds.
As BC requested an exemption.
The answer is British Columbia. British Columbia asked you in the past few weeks to review pilot project conditions. Yes or no? The honourable member has 12 seconds.
From the outset, the pilot program in British Columbia has made a commitment to be monitored, assessed, and be amended as needed. That is why it's a pilot program.
Before the member for Louis Saint-Laurent begins, I'd like to remind him that the time it takes for interpretation is not deducted from his 5 minutes. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent, thank you very much. Can the minister tell us how much time it took her government to respond to British Columbia's government's request? How many days did it take? The honourable minister.
10.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Does the minister know how many people die on average per day in British Columbia due to the crisis? The honourable minister, 5 seconds.
Yes.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. How many people die per day? The honourable minister. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. For 10 days, her government waited 10 days before accepting a very legitimate and urgent request from the government of British Columbia. Is the minister aware of the fact that for 10 days, at least 60 people died because this government waited 10 days before saying yes to their very legitimate and urgent request?
The minister is misleading not want to stigmatize or criminalize those who need health care.
The Honourable Member for Louisiana Hall. 2,546 people died in British Columbia because of the opioid crisis. How many more people need to die for you to act quicker? A reminder to all members to ask questions through the chair. The Honourable Minister. In 9 seconds.
This government has dedicated over $1 billion to this public health crisis, as opposed to the opposition when in power cut 2/3 of the paltry $60 million that they took towards saving lives.
The Honourable Member for Louisiana Hall. Are Canadians right in worrying that you will extend this pilot project to other provinces? The Honourable Minister in 9 seconds.
We are committed to saving lives with a comprehensive strategy that considers every tool and resource available for the jurisdiction.
The Honourable Member for Louisiana Hall. After 2,500 deaths, it seems to me that the government should have understood very clearly that the strategy is not working. The Honourable Minister, 6 seconds.
The member doesn't seem to be familiar with international jurisdictions that have also implemented decriminalization tools.
The Honourable Member for Louisiana Hall. I am the member for Louisiana Hall. I know the province of Quebec very well. Quebecers do not want to see the same tragedy that's ongoing in British Columbia. Can the minister rise and promise that she will never apply this project to Quebec, yes or no? The Honourable Minister, 12 seconds.
We are committed to working in partnership and collaboration with jurisdictions who wish to address this public health crisis with a robust set of tools, just as we have been committed to, using evidence, expertise, to save lives.
The Honourable Member for Louisiana Hall. 2,500 people died because of this pilot project. 6 people are dying per day. What more would it take for you to end the pilot project? The Honourable Minister, 8 seconds.
Every death is a tragedy, Mr. Speaker, but they are dying from an illegal toxic drug supply, not decriminalization, which is a tool that's been used in countries like Germany, Portugal, Spain, Switzerland, and if time allows, I'll continue on the list.
The Honourable Member for Louisiana Hall. A quick question, please. Is the Minister familiar with the Benoit Lab Maison in Montreal? The Honourable Minister. I am not. That is all the time. The time has run out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be directing my questions to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. Minister, in Belleville, Ontario, and surrounding Bay County, is there adequate funding and resources for addictions and essential addiction management?
The Honourable Minister in 6 seconds.
As the member knows, health is under the jurisdiction of the province, and they were recently awarded over $700 million towards mental health and substance use in our bilateral agreements.
Mr. Aware that in Belleville, Ontario, they reported 240 overdoses in just 11 weeks, 23 overdoses in a single day.
I am aware this member knows unwritten law.
So Mr. Aware that Belleville, Ontario had 2 released epidemic overdoses, not just one in February.
I am aware that Canada's
So Mr. Aware of the opioid mortality rate in the Belleville and Lakewood region.
The Honourable Minister has 4 seconds.
federal jurisdiction deals with national data.
The Honourable Member from Bay.
Minister know of the opioid mortality rate in Ottawa, Toronto, and North Bay.
The Honourable Minister has 4 seconds.
Ontario is one of the 3 top provinces with high overdose rates.
The Honourable Member from Bay.
The opioid mortality rate in Belleville, Ontario is nearly double that of Ottawa, Toronto, and North Bay at 250 deaths per 100,000 people in the first half of 2023, compared to 150,000 per 100,000 people for Ottawa, Toronto, and Hamilton. Does the minister find that acceptable?
The Honourable Member from the Honourable Minister has 15 seconds.
As I'm sure every member in this House would agree, no death is acceptable and is tragic, harmful to the families, loved ones, and communities who lose people by overdose due to the toxic drug supply.
The honorable member from Bay of Quinte.
Can the minister state how many bed-based addiction treatment services are in the region?
The honorable minister has 5 seconds.
It is under the jurisdiction of the province to implement beds and treatment.
The honorable member from Bay of Quinte.
The answer is 0. What's more, the number of opioid poison-related ER visits at Belleville General Hospital is more than 3 times higher than the 5-year average. After 9 years, there are no treatment facilities to bring our loved ones home drug-free. What is the government's plan to fund and measure success for the crisis affecting Belleville?
The honorable minister has 17 seconds.
As mentioned before, close to $7 million has been allocated to the province to mental health and substance use programs. That being said, in this 2024 budget, ETF covers $150 million over 3 years to communities to seek additional assistance.
The honorable member from Bay of Quinte.
Is the minister aware of the number of Canadians in the Belleville region currently on a wait list, waiting for addictions and concurrent disorder programs?
The honorable minister has 6 seconds.
It is under provincial jurisdiction to provide treatment health care.
The honorable member from Bay of Quinte.
The answer is over 500 people. Does the minister think this is acceptable?
The honorable minister has 8 seconds.
No.
The honorable member from Bay of Quinte.
Can the minister state what government is responsible for the explosive growth of waiting lists for mental health underfunding for the simple fact that there are 0 treatment beds in the entire Belleville region after 9 years?
The honorable minister has 10 seconds.
This is why we signed a $8.1 billion bilateral agreement with Ontario, with $700 million allocated to mental health and substance use.
The honorable member from Bay of Quinte has 1 minute left on the clock.
Is the minister aware of the average wait time for residential addiction treatment and supportive recovery programs?
The honorable minister has 5 seconds.
May vary jurisdiction to jurisdiction.
The honorable member from Bay of Quinte.
There's 75 days and 175 days respectively. On what date will Belleville get treatment beds, and what will be the measure of success for programs to aid in recovery?
The honorable minister has 8 seconds.
That's an excellent question to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions of Ontario.
The honorable member from Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Speaker, why do we have a federal minister for mental health and addictions if they are not working with the province and providing a date to this house to when we're going to get treatment programs for the city? That's underground.
The honorable minister has 11 seconds.
For an opposition member who says we should get out of the way of the provinces, I'm surprised that he doesn't appreciate that healthcare is a jurisdictional purview of the province and we should conduct.
And this brings to the end the round of questioning here.
Okay? Jack. Jack. Okay?
You understand what to do?
Yeah, what's that? What's everything that? What's everything? I guess it was important. Oh, and keys. Kind of fucking super important. Kind of super important. Can we go coffee go?
No.
Wasn't I just wearing?
The what?
Wasn't I just wearing one before?
No, we didn't have a hat.
Right there. No, I hate the enough hat. That's fine. That was right back there.
Now, Mr. Hound. Come, mister. The landlord's like, can I pick it up tomorrow morning? I'm like, I just put it into the bank account. Guess before you go back to the bank account, take the money back. No, we talked about that.
Yeah, like, what can you move for him? Like, so. Oh, cool. Hi, Jack. What? I see your girlfriend. Yes. Gross.
You're still on that.
Ew. Gross. I'm out of breath for literally no fucking reason. You okay?
Yeah, how are you?
The fuck? What is this?
We talk so much about the
That
stories of our childhood.
ship. That's Cheryl. Ah.
Environment Minister Stephen Guilbeault is skating on thin ice after his latest jaw-dropping effort to dodge accountability. Despite clear evidence showing his department oversees a shady $8 billion green fund, Guilbeault stunned Parliament by brazenly denying responsibility. This blatant refusal to own a massive program under his watch could become Guilbeault's political undoing. The minister is already on shaky ground over his extremism, but transparently misleading Canadians about who controls billions in spending may prove an indefensible abuse of power. Guilbeault's denials have crossed the line from standard liberal dodging into possible misconduct. With accountability now a firing offense in the Trudeau cabinet, Guilbeault's days could be numbered if he continues trying to deceive the public. Welcome back to Street Politics Canada. Before we dive into today's video, take a quick second to follow us on Twitter. You won't find the blunt truth about Trudeau's endless scandals in the mainstream media. Their liberal bias hides the real stories. But our Twitter feed breaks through the spin and cover-ups. We tweet multiple times daily, delivering straight facts on Trudeau's hypocrisy and failures. We'll leave you the link down in the description box. Tap that follow button now so you never miss our next viral tweet roasting Trudeau. Now let's dive into today's crazy developments. The Trudeau government's habit of dodging responsibility and pointing fingers has hidden. Brought to you by Pfizer. In this video, you're going to see the future.
Oh.
Hello there, you awakening wonders. Thanks for joining me today for Stay Free with Russell Brand. It was going to be a tiny hat special, but I am not willing to take the abuse on the tiny hat. But this I'll wear. Let me know if you know in the comments.
That is a reference to not just a tiny home, Now, if you're not awakened yet, I wonder, excuse me, wow, I'm so awakened I can barely communicate with you. If you're not awakened one day yet, become one right now. If you click the red button on your screen, you can watch locals and join our conversations, additional meditations, our book club, and our weird
Hi, Jack.
out there
What's up?
exclusive videos. Next week, Russell in residence in Rumble. It's the Triple R week. We're going to have special guests and we will be live at Rumble's headquarters out there in Sarasota, Florida. Maybe we'll be talking to some of Florida's most famous residents, so stay tuned for that. Now, we know that elected governments aren't really running our so-called democracies. However, who
Fucking
is?
suck.
Someone's got to be running it. Today we'll be exposing the deep state like never before. Calling to the stage our first witness,
God, you
Congresswoman,
suck.
insider, sort of superhero-looking person, if you ask me. Here is Tulsi Gabbard talking personally about where the lawmakers interface with the lawbreakers and the law benders. Is Tulsi Gabbard on the lobbying industry? We'll be talking to her first.
This is so stupid.
The former state debt cyber expert Mike Benz will be telling us about deep state agencies. I love Mike Benz. We're going to have Chief Strategist in the White House, Steve Bannon, on centralized and decentralizing power. We'll be with you on YouTube for about the first 15 minutes. Then, where will we be? Basking in freedom. So we'll show you this bit for nothing, but then come over, join us, become an awakened wonder, go deep with this stuff. Here now is Tulsi Gabbard talking directly about her experiences with the lobbying industry, and just look at how she recalls almost
This
with
sucks fucking
sort of
bad.
a nostalgic pang the strangeness of knowing how government really works, something we've known for a little while, but it's always good to have insider information, isn't it? Let's have a look. Having spent a good number of years within the system, do you have anything that you can share with us about the actual practical abilities of a man like Joe Biden? Because someone like me, who's just anti-establishment in the most broad and sweeping way, would assume that whoever were in the White House, whether it was a socially capable individual like Barack Obama or George W. Bush, who at the time was kind of regarded, attacked as being a kind of a dope and a joke and stuff like that. I wonder how much actual executive power is wielded by a figure like Joe Biden, and the recent claim that he speak only in sound bites and do less PR and much shorter speeches seems to be an indication that they're acknowledging his senescence and cognitive decline.
I don't fucking get
What's
it,
your
man.
feeling about this man, who once was a sort of a pretty potent firebrand, albeit a career Congress person and seemingly pretty corrupt in a bunch of ways based on what I've learned? He at least seemed cogent. How much actual power is that person capable of wielding? How can he make decisions? How can he direct power?
He has an incredible amount of power, and over time we've seen how, and this is something that Congress has either allowed to happen or willingly executed, which is an increase of a transfer of power away from the legislative branch and into the executive branch, into the hands of the White House and the President of the United States. It's an unfortunate thing because our system of governance, of course, is set up with three co-equal branches of government. But on the issue of war and peace, for example, we've seen that we have been in many wars and many conflicts, and yet Congress has not exercised its constitutional responsibility to be the body that actually declares war before that action can take place. They've given that over to the president and the executive branch because they don't want to be held responsible for it. This administration, the Biden administration, there are certainly challenges. There are certainly questions about his state of mind and his ability to be present and focused in the decisions that are being made. But ultimately, I hold him responsible. I have no doubt about the fact that he is surrounded by people who have, they're handing him the no cards and they're shaping the agenda. We see over and over how they go in and he says one thing and then they come back and say, well, no, he didn't actually mean that, and say the exact opposite. His handlers have a lot of power. There's no doubt about it. But he was elected as President of the United States. He is making the decision to run for re-election. He is the person that we as American voters must hold responsible for the decisions that that are being
Fucking
made
so
and the
annoying,
very
man.
dangerous consequences of those policies.
We are continually invited to regard the
Subject.
haunting and ghoulish figure of Donald Trump as a kind of reincarnation of the militaristic despotism that blighted the 20th century. But it's my belief, Tulsi, that what we are sliding into is a new kind of technological dictatorship, a despotism that is kind of that.
Wants a new career but don't have experience?
Prior to the Google UX design certificate, I didn't have any.
With every passing moment, a chance to buy something is at your fingertips. That new pair of pants you just saw on Instagram, the latest gaming PC that your favorite streamer uses, or the newest line of Teslas to make you feel like you're saving the planet, all bombard you with visions of what you could be. In the Imperial Court, buying things has become the stuff of life. To feel good, you shop. If you're bored, you browse things to buy. If you want to be ethical, you don't stop buying. You just need to find the right brand to buy from. Seemingly, our whole lives are wrapped up in the vicious cycle of working all day and then spending all of our money to fill the void in our lives. Consumerism is a problem that runs rampant in imperialist countries like the United States. It's right up in our faces at every moment. It can be easy to see this conspicuous spending and claim that overconsumption is the source of many of our environmental problems. Consumers are, after all, the ones making the choices at the checkout counter. They're the ones voting with their dollars. But today we're going to dive into this mistaken worldview. Consumerism is not the problem. It's a trap. It's a symptom of a much larger and more insidious problem of capitalism that lurks in the shadows. Today we look at the real problem with consumerism and how we really combat the out-of-control waste and accumulation of stuff. This video is made possible by my amazing viewers who support me on Patreon. Over the last 2 years, my revenue from ads and sponsorships have dropped substantially. So much so that if this trend continues, making videos like these will become less and less financially viable, which is why I need you. Our Changing Climate will always be free for everyone, regardless of how much I make. But OCC is a one-person operation, and it would be nice to earn enough to pay for rent and my health insurance, both of which seem to grow yearly. So if you've been a long-time viewer or just stumbled across this channel, thank you so much for watching, and please consider supporting Our Changing Climate on Patreon with the link in the description or on screen right now. Just $1 a month from a small portion of my audience would be huge for the channel and, to be honest, me. Spend enough time on the internet and you're bound to buy something. How could you not when Amazon offers free shipping and an option to click just one button to speed you through the checkout process? Or when the new online marketplace Temu offers rock-bottom prices for basically any good you could ever want. Consumerism in the US has risen precipitously, with total retail sales more than doubling since 2013. Indeed, the percentage of households with 2 or more cars has increased dramatically from 22% in 1960 to 59% in 2020. While the average home size expanded by 149% from 1,595 square feet to 2,383 square feet in 2022. And when families run out of space to put all of their stuff, they've turned to storage units. In the United States, an estimated 14.6 million households rent additional storage to keep all of their additional stuff. This generates the self-storage industry $29 billion in revenue every year. And all of this growth hasn't been to accommodate larger families, because the average family size has actually decreased by 16% from 1980. And this expansion of consumption has had disastrous effects on the environment. Despite being home to just 5% of the world's population, the United States consumes 15.7% of the world's total fossil fuel energy. In the United States, between 30 to 40% of food gets wasted through a combination of on-farm loss, transportation, store overstocking, and lack of at-home planning. The average American emits 14.9 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent every year, which is more than triple that of the global average of 4.7. Yet, despite unprecedented consumption rates and a glut of almost every gadget and appliance imaginable flooding the market, people in the United States aren't that happy. According to the General Social Survey, Only 25% of Americans are satisfied with their life, a percentage that slowly declined since the 1970s and plummeted during the pandemic. In part, this is due to the vast inequalities that cleave the United States. As some fill up their oversized homes and storage units with stuff, many struggle to survive. Over 42 million people rely on food stamps to put food on the table, while more than 650,000 people experience homelessness across the country. As the famous quote from economist William Gibson goes, "The future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed." Even for those who do enjoy excessive and conspicuous consumption of the newest Tesla or Apple's $3,500 Vision Pro, more consumption and more income don't necessarily lead to more happiness, a phenomenon that has been deemed the Easterlin paradox, a concept that claims that after basic needs are met, economic growth and higher incomes don't necessarily lead to greater happiness. With all this in mind, it's clear that the capitalist hub of the world is on a dangerous path, a path that is not only leaving us overworked, in debt, and unhappy, but is also driving us headlong into a ruinous collision point. Paraphrasing scholar Timothy Jackson, Diana Stewart and fellow researchers write in a paper that considering the biophysical limitations of the Earth, extreme resource and material consumption on a finite planet means it is not a matter of if the economy will contract, but when. In short, the imperial core is consuming far more than is sustainable for human well-being and the planet. But is consumerism really the problem? Are the consumption habits of the masses really the driving force between our environmental and social ails? These are the crucial questions, ones that hand us the keys to what Karl Marx calls the hidden abode of production.
Ah, Fiori. Oh, Red Bull. Favor la bague pour la demoiselle. Ensuite, les ailes.
Behind every dollar spent on that butter melter you saw on TikTok or that automatic pot stirrer you saw on Instagram lies a corporation, a company eager to offload its product into your hands to generate profit. The core engine of capitalism is its constant demand for capital accumulation. Capitalists must incessantly expand their productive capacities through new technologies and decreasing labor costs to create the most commodities for the lowest prices. If they fail to do so, they get eaten alive by other, more capable owners who've managed to create more products at cheaper prices. This process of constant accumulation and expansion creates overproduction. Production that generates piles of commodities that must be sold to the masses to continue the cycle of capital accumulation. Because exchanging products for even more money is essential to complete the last leg of the money invested into commodities and sold for even more money cycle, also known as MCM. In a sense, consumption is a release valve of production. It expands and contracts, but never creates the flow of goods. As scholar Alan Schneiberg notes, consumption cannot be the leading factor in the expansion of production. Increased consumption may permit expanded production, but it does not generally cause it. Unrestrained capitalist production, then, is the root cause of what we see as the ails of consumerism. According to the average person living in the capitalist stronghold of the United States, and indeed most economists, however, corporations are merely responding to consumer demand. This is a skewed view of reality. The true culprits of all the stuff in our houses, in our landfills, and in our atmosphere is overproduction. Companies like Best Buy, for example, supply a false freedom when you walk into their store. The range of brands and products on their shelves might make you feel like you have freedom of choice, but in reality, you are only served cameras, laptops, or phones that generate profit or allow corporations to stay competitive. Factors that are often determined much more by labor costs, raw materials, and transportation logistics than consumer demand. In the housing market, for example, most people want affordable, comfortable living spaces. Yet the buildings developers construct are often luxury condos or turnkey mansions, dwellings that are unaffordable for the majority but rake in extensive profit for real estate companies. So capitalists produce goods based on factors outside of the realm of consumerism. That being said, they still need people to buy their stuff. To complete that cycle of money, commodity, more money, capitalists must sell their products on the market to the masses, regardless of whether their products have actual use or not. So instead of focusing on producing things that are actually useful and necessary, capitalism has built a massive apparatus that manufactures false needs and desires. Here lies the true trap of consumerism. To assure the continued success of their businesses, capitalists manufacture desires and needs. We believe that it is wholly inherent wants, needs, and desires that are driving our consumption, that it is human nature, when in fact corporate forces are constantly whispering in our ear, consume, consume, consume. In 1919, Henry Ford and his fellow capitalists were scared. A rising insurgence of anarchist and socialist movements seized the hearts and minds of Americans across the country. Labor strikes, walkouts, and protests seeking a better workplace threatened to disrupt the profit-making machines of Ford's car-making factories. Then Ford had an idea, a double-edged sword wielded against the worker to maintain the status quo. Ford and his fellow industry leaders, as one paper describes, decided to reduce the chances of a worker rebellion by giving workers increased wages, bank credit, and more leisure time, all for the purpose of encouraging increased rates of consumption. As we've already seen, producers required the endless consumption of their commodities to stay competitive and profitable within a capitalist market system. Capitalists must keep consumers on an endless treadmill of consumption to reap maximum profit and continue accumulating capital. This leads to the real trap of consumerism, the manufacturing of what Marxist scholar Herbert Marcuse deemed false needs. To offload all of the useless gadgets, new iterations of the same tech, and just general junk onto the masses, capitalists have to make us believe that we actually need the latest iPhone or the slap chop or that latest TikTok trend, rather than just want it. This is where the vast apparatus of advertising comes into play. With ads like this,
Sadly, he isn't me. But if he stopped using lady-scented body wash and switched to Old Spice, he could smell like he's me.
and this,
New traditions. Sharing stories. That's my recipe for magic.
companies assign emotional value and meaning to objects whose actual value stems from the labor and raw material costs needed to make that product. This process not only obscures exploitative practices employed during production, but also allows companies to set higher prices because the commodity is now imbued with certain politics and values. Tesla has been extremely effective at this task. Its brand imbues its cars with ideals of luxury, clean, and sustainable futurism. These values, in turn, mask the exploitative practices throughout Tesla's supply chain. Fellow YouTuber Yugobnik cheekily describes this process of value formation through the example of a chocolate bar.
Advertisers consciously understand that purchasing patterns directly correlate to personal values. Therefore, the chocolate bar becomes a locally grown, eco-friendly, soy-infused chocolate bar with a hipster biodegradable wrapper, and from whose every purchase 2 cents go to starving Sri Lankan children. Now, what's the actual difference between this world-saving chocolate bar and just a chocolate bar? Almost none. Made in the same factory with the same ingredients and for the same profit motive.
In short, the advertising industry works tirelessly to wrap products in values like happiness, power, connection, or sustainability because they know it's much easier to sell a product to someone based on appeals to their principles rather than just describing the utility of the commodity. This value generation apparatus, otherwise known as the advertising industry, has become an essential lever in the capitalist machine. Advertising revenue nearly doubled since 2012, with spending on digital display advertising in just the US alone reaching $63.5 billion in 2022. But in the age of social media, it's not just advertisements directly from companies that are pushing us to buy to boost our happiness or save the planet. Your favorite streamer or Instagram star is constantly influencing you to buy stuff, regardless of whether they're paid to or not. Even I support myself through ad revenue, which I'll get to later on in the video. This has disastrous consequences for our mental health as we constantly strive to fulfill those false needs generated for us, especially as corporations wield algorithms and data collection to hone in on what product will best seduce you into buying. In essence, every day, a social media advertisement is placed in front of you with a product that you never even thought about buying. But because of with data tracking and algorithmic decisions, that product now wiggles its way into your head like an earworm, and you can't stop thinking about how your life would be better with those slippers or that new watch. As a result, the good life becomes synonymous with consuming things. Happiness is equated with having products. Even streaming services keep you hooked and numb with features like the autoplay button. It allows you to constantly consume content and search for that next dopamine hit, giving you a short-term high. But in the process, we stay up way too late, which leaves us tired and burnt out. In fact, in 2017, Netflix's CEO very bluntly claimed that their biggest competitor was sleep. All of this advertising leads us to believe that the current system we live in actually benefits us. That keeping up with the Joneses, going deep into debt to buy a new car, or going on a shopping spree is the answer to our loneliness, alienation, and disconnection from the people and places around us. As Diana Stewart and her co-authors write, the ruling class, benefiting from the labor of others, perpetuates ideas that mystify, elude, and deceive workers into falsely believing that they benefit from the current system, can move up in the system, and have freedom in the system, as well as that no other system is possible. This is especially insidious in the realm of politics. Many of us have become so distant from the cogs of capitalist production and so entrenched in this advertising ideology that often political activism has been boiled down to voting with your dollars. This narrative is exactly what the fossil fuel industry has been hard at work creating for over 40 years through its popularization of carbon footprints, recycling, and individualization of action. When we as worker consumers are placated into believing that the most effective means of change is to transfer our money from one capitalist to another, the owners of production have won. They've distracted us from what's actually a threat to them. Collective organizing, labor agitation, union power, walkouts, and strikes. Activities that directly disrupt the cycle of capital accumulation. As scholar Douglas Kellner writes, capitalists wield image and spectacle to manipulate people into social conformity and into behaving in ways functional for the reproduction of capitalism. In essence, consuming not only perpetuates the endless cycle of production and capital accumulation, but it also pacifies the masses by narrowing the possibilities of a good life to the purchasing, having, and watching of more stuff. So if we know the root causes of consumerism, how then do we escape it?
We're changing the way businesses ship, one green delivery at a time. Last year, over 200 million of your packages traveled more sustainably across Canada.
I don't care.
We're delivering more for the greener good.
We already have the means and capacity to fulfill everyone's basic needs worldwide. Let that sink in. We already produce enough food to feed everyone globally, but we're wasting nearly a third of it. We already have the technology to create renewable energy for everyone on the planet, but we're nowhere near that level. We can build a world where everyone lives a good, meaningful, and environmentally ethical life. But that world will mean an end to shopping at Temu or Shein. It means no Amazon one-click purchases. It means an end to incessant advertising. And here is where I struggle. I am complicit in that manufacturing of consumer desire. My channel is run on the manufacturing of false needs. My livelihood is based on getting you to become a Nebula member or signing up for Ground News. Does it make it better if I actually like those services and use them? Or that Nebula is ad-free and based on membership revenue? I tell myself yes, because I live under this massive apparatus that is capitalism, but that doesn't feel good to me. Perhaps I could end YouTube ads if there was more Patreon support, but at this moment, it's not financially feasible. At the end of the day, I have no good answer to how to live under capitalism while also struggling against it. In a sense, this is capitalism at work. It insidiously corrupts the very messages of those working to dismantle it, blaming those who must live within it for living within it. But even if I did cancel all ads, my action would only be like spooning a small drop of water out of a vast ocean. This is why we need more than just individual vote with your money approaches. Ideally, a mass revolution would upend our current capitalist system. and the adoption of full worker control of all companies and production would take root. Democratic planning through worker, consumer, and community councils would mean an emphasis on producing for actual planetary and personal needs rather than manufacturing false needs for profit. Of course, this kind of worker-led socialist economy could be a ways off in the future. We will need to build mass power globally if we are to see it come to fruition. This is why we need to employ non-reformist reforms like restricting and regulating advertising on the road to building that power. To beat back the manufacturing of false needs, we need to restrict the reach of corporations in our everyday lives. This could start as simply reinstating child advertising laws that were stripped away under the Reagan administration, or tamping down on social media and influencer marketing. We cannot sit by and simply hope that encouraging everyone to buy ethical, green, or just less stuff will somehow work to solve the multiple crises in front of us, especially as mass marketing and overproduction peck at individual consumers to buy. To truly escape the trap of consumerism, we must approach the problem from the root. We must erode power through regulation and non-reformist reforms, and then eventually dismantle and reimagine the factories and offices of production that manufacture our desires. And on their rubble, build a world based on useful goods. A world where the stuff we make facilitates rather than alienates our connection to people and the planet. In an effort to depend less and less on YouTube ads and in-video sponsorships, I need your help. Recently, my revenue has been slipping because of a combination of demonetization and fewer sponsorship conversions. My wonderful Patreon supporters, however, have been keeping this channel and myself afloat. My Patreon supporters have given me financial consistency over the last 7 years, so I can pay my rent and my ever-increasing healthcare premiums. So I'm turning to you, the wonderful people who watch my videos month in, month out. If you have the means, please consider supporting the channel on Patreon using the link in the description. Just pledging $1 a month is huge for the channel, and when you become a Patreon supporter, you'll get early access to all my videos ad-free, bonus content like a guided meditation from yours truly to calm your climate anxiety, or even the occasional full-length interview with authors or scholars. But if you aren't able to become a channel patron, please don't worry. Just by watching this video to the end, you've done your part. So thank you, and thank you so much to those who already support me on Patreon. You're the reason I'm able to make videos like this. Thanks again, and I'll see you next month.
Giving up already, bro?
Yeah, it's way too hard.
Yeah, you're just being a dum-dum about it. Download something piano and pop it on me, kink.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stop being creepy. Just tell me what to do.
It's pretty self-explanatory, dollface. Just click the first lesson and the app will take you step by step.
Okay, so this is what notes I play. I guess that's pretty cool.
Yeah, whatever. Play a song so my soul can finally leave the piano.
Oh, we're doing like a ghostly possession thing. That makes more sense.
Yeah, I'm free. See you later, doofus. Yeah, see you later, doof.
Ooh.
If you stack rank the things that are going to be responsible for the destruction of the American experiment, right? Number one is the fact that we let ourselves get fatter, sicker, more depressed, more infertile at an increasing rate while bankrupting the country.
Early in my career, I consulted for Coke to ensure sugar taxes failed and soda was included in food stamp funding. I say Coke's policies are evil because I saw inside the room. The first step in the playbook was paying the NAACP plus other civil rights groups to call opponents racist. What is going on with big food, and is it making us sick?
Cancer, Alzheimer's, heart disease, obesity, autoimmune conditions, these are all going up, and they are all foodborne illnesses. And the fact that there is not clear communication about that from our medical leaders and public policy leaders, I think is the biggest scandal in America and the most dangerous scandal. We are being brought to our knees by metabolic dysfunction tied to food. 8 of the 10 killers of Americans, as I mentioned, some of them are directly tied to food. That also includes depression.
Depression is skyrocketing, and as Chris Palmer at Harvard and some other prominent docs are pointing out, brain conditions are metabolic dysfunctions. I frame it that way to kind of set the table that what's happening right now in America, where 30% of children have prediabetes, where 80% of adults are obese or overweight, where 50% of adults have fatty liver disease, and 20% of teens have fatty liver disease. You only saw this condition in elderly alcoholics just a generation ago. We're destroying our human capital and obviously our budget from something we're being told is complicated, but it's very simple. And it's taken me many, many years to come to this conclusion. And as I have through, being inspired by my sister and other leaders in the metabolic health space that we can talk about, I looked back early in my career, and I was raised with my sister kind of compulsively to get all the credentials. We're working for President Bush, working for, prominent politicians, Stanford, Harvard. My sister and I both went to Stanford, kind of going up the ranks. She became a doctor. I was, advising politicians and prominent food and pharma companies. And I think a lot of people, and I certainly was like this, kind of gets in that path and it doesn't ask many questions. And reflecting back early in my career as I, worked in politics and then consulted for food and pharma, I found myself helping specifically Coca-Cola keep a huge portion of their revenue, which was food stamp dollars. $10 billion a year is transferred from the government treasury to soda companies. $10 billion of money goes from food stamps to soda. To sugary drinks. And this is a nutrition program that 15% of the American people depend on as their core nutrition. It's called SNAP now, supplemental nutrition. There's no other country in the world that for their key lower income nutrition program, right, funnels that money to diabetes water, as I call it. Sugar consumption among children has gone up 100x in 100 years, right? It's not a medical mystery why obesity, childhood diabetes, all these things are skyrocketing. It's because of sugar, but primarily it's because of a nuclear weapon to metabolic health, which is diabetes water, which is sugar water, which is a basically new invention. So we're subsidizing that, and Coke wanted to keep it that way.
What is the game exactly? Is it manipulate the way that people think to get you to eat the most addictive foods, and so it's just a money-making scheme, or is there something else going on?
The biggest issue in the world, in my opinion, is the devil's bargain, where food is making us sick, we're getting addicted, and it's making us sick, and then the medical system is profiting it from the fact that everyone's getting sick. So taking the food companies, in a way, if you just take their interest, it kind of makes sense. And just diving in specifically to working for Coke, they want to grow their revenues, and they want to keep food cheap, and they want to keep it addictive. So you have that strategic imperative for their business, and then it's like, how do we do that? And it's very straightforward. It's how do we rig institutions of trust? So who are the stakeholders? The stakeholders are consumers. The stakeholders are lawmakers. So who do they trust? They trust civil rights groups, they trust medical organizations, they trust their schools, they trust their doctors, they trust researchers. So you literally just go down the list, and then it's very simple. It's like, how do we rig those institutions as much as we possibly can?
When you say rig, what do you mean? Use them against the public?
Let's go into specific examples. So the tweet was about the NAACP. So prominent civil rights organization has done amazing things in American history. But right now, prominent organizations like the NAACP, like the Hispanic Federation, like many other prominent civil rights groups are pay-to-play organizations. And this was as transactional as going to McDonald's and ordering a Big Mac. I, as a junior person, had the strategic imperative to racialize the debate around whether we should stop food stamp money going to soda, which was a bipartisan issue. It's not complicated, right? When you call someone a racist or a sexist, right, it shuts down the debate. So we call up the NAACP. That the PR firms have their number. There's a lot of partnerships, and you schedule a meeting, and it's not like we're going to evilly pay you, but it's like, hey, your constituencies, lower income African-American children, like their Cokes, here's the statistic. And, they're trying to take that Coke away and trying to restrict choice. We'd love to do an honorarium, a donation, millions of dollars in this case. And would you marshal some of your allies, in various states and on the federal level to say that it's racist, what's trying to happen of restricting choice on food stamps? Sure.
So why isn't that actually true? Like, maybe that really is a racist thing to do, and maybe we really should be putting the brakes on it. I mean, obviously, I don't know that that isn't what I believe, but I want to at least look at that angle and figure out how do we know that isn't true.
It's important. In the tweet that went viral, I used the word evil. And I don't think, from being in the rooms, with, in this case, folks from the NAACP or other institutions we can talk about, I don't think many people are truly evil. I don't think the head of Pfizer is evil. I don't think the head of, a research group that's doing, at universities that's doing fraudulent research is evil. But the system is evil. So let's just take your question here. The NAACP has the express mission of advocating for their community, which in their case is African Americans, particularly lower income and disadvantaged folks. The biggest civil rights issue in the country, the biggest social justice issue in the country, is demonstrably nutrition. Lower income American man dies 11 years younger than an upper income American man. This is because of one thing primarily. It is because their diet is on the lower income spectrum is massively ultra processed, right? It's from these ingredients: sugar, seed oils, and highly processed grains. And we can dive into those three, but those literally didn't exist 100 years ago. These are, biologically just completely foreign.
So I think that the fundamental argument is going to come down to: are they trying to get you addicted? Is the government subsidizing the foods that are most addictive, or does this all start with good intentions and the government is trying to subsidize the calories that they think they can mass produce for the cheapest? Because when you look at, everybody thought we're going to hit some sort of population crisis and we're not going to feed people and it's going to be, cataclysmic. Doesn't come to pass. We end up finding ways to make food cheaper and cheaper. So it's like, is the bargain, hey, we've made you really cheap ingredients, corn, soy, I forget what the three are, grains, corn, whatever. We've made these calories extraordinarily cheap. And by the way, we haven't punished the people that eat the cheap calories. We've made them extremely delicious. Now, what you and I know is Bummer City, that also ends up causing all this disease, and we're going to have to come face to face with that in a second. But first, I want to figure out, do we think this started with good intentions? Maybe does it even matter? But how do you think it began?
So I've become a student of this issue, and the answer is yes, it did start with good intentions, partly. So this started with Nixon. So when Nixon was running for president for re-election, food prices was a huge political issue. So it was a big political liability. It was one of the issues of the campaign is fluctuating and increasing food prices. So he and hunger to some degree, but it was really around fluctuating food prices, which were being traced to hunger to some degree. So it was a big political liability for him, and also you could argue a public policy problem at the time. So that steered this modern ecosystem we have today of massive subsidies.
Do you know the moment where they decided what to subsidize?
Yeah, they decided to subsidize things that become shelf stable. Okay. So they could basically manage food supplies. So that was a shift. That was a decision to shift from whole food.
But as somebody that had to make shelf stable items back in my last company, it's really pulling the water out of the item. It doesn't have to be. I mean, it is going to be processed, but it doesn't have to be bad for you. So we just hadn't run the experiment and people didn't know?
Well, it's going to end up 80% of the 80% go right now. And I think a lot of this is not in quest to what I'm seeing is to highly processed grains, is to enrich flour basically. So if you look at any go to a gas station and pick up any processed food, the first ingredient, probably second and third, is some kind of highly processed grain. And the process
or sugar, quite frankly.
Exactly. So it's sugar, seed oils, and highly processed grains. It's actually miraculous what American ingenuity can do with those three ingredients. You take any food into some mixture of those things, and it's usually multiple sugars, multiple highly processed grains, and multiple seed oils, canola, soybean, things like that. So the processing of the grain means taking the fiber off, which the fiber is what, number one, blunts the glucose impact of a whole grain, right? Number two, it's where a lot of the nutrition is. but it erodes, it goes stale. So the processing is taking that fiber off. So that's what the 70s with these good intentions basically did. They're like, we need these things to sit on the shelf for years. So we're gonna take that fiber off, and then we're gonna create these frankenfoods and add them with a lot of sugar to make them more addictive. And I know you've talked to people in the past who've helped weaponize, and I think weaponize is the right word, our food system. You know, this is one of the largest industries in the world, and they've got very smart people. And then as we basically subsidized and created more frankenfoods, and since that time, ultra processed food has gone from well below 20% of our diet to now close to 70%. So the incentives and this emphasis started with good intentions. But I'd actually frame the question, like taking it today, is like, what is the biggest problem in the world today? The biggest problem in the country, like if you stack rank the things that are going to be responsible for the destruction of the American experiment, right? Number one is the fact that we let ourselves get fatter, sicker, more depressed, more infertile at an increasing rate while bankrupting the country. I think we're 20% of and I just want to everyone to really focus on these statistics, because I think when we talk about the growth of healthcare spending, it's like our eyes gloss over. It's so common to hear this. It's like 20% of GDP growing at an increasing rate. Healthcare is the largest and fastest growing industry in the United States. Let's just step back.
That's awesome.
And think
Take
about
care
that.
of people. It's one of those, I think part of why people, their eyes gloss over is healthcare is tied to, like, every one of my employees cares about their healthcare.
Right.
Every one of them on the way in wants to know, what are the options that we offer for insurance? Like, people really care about this. And so what I think people miss, and this is where you really got my attention, is you're like, everything is about creating confusion.
Right.
And the goal is just to create enough confusion, whether I'm shutting you down because I'm calling you a racist and I'm saying this is problematic, or I'm funding a study that says, no, it's not, sugar's not the problem, genetics are the problem, or what's the most recent one, gas stoves or whatever.
Stoves, not what you're cooking on them.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like they're trying to create enough confusion so that this seems like a very complicated thing, and we're all missing the point that the reality is, and this is where I was like, we can't do this whole interview and me not ask the questions, even though I don't agree with them. They're even in the hardcore fitness health industry, people are like, a calorie is a calorie.
Right.
And that if you're saying that one calorie is better than another, you're out of your mind. So if it's like, if the people that are shredded and they look amazing and their whole focus is health, even they're pushing something that I'm like, at a cellular level, you were out of your mind, right? Then you understand how confusion ends up taking over this whole argument.
So it's been an amazing journey the past couple months. As I said, I was born and raised in DC, started my career there. I've been with 50 members of Congress and senators on this issue, actually. Some of them DM me. I've been doing a lot of work in DC, and I think even with them, very well intentioned, they have kids, they see the massive metabolic dysfunction, prediabetes, obesity among their children. They're very worried. But just to paint a picture, sitting with members of Congress, they don't even understand the concept fully, that they're playing the game that's been created for them, where both parties are debating how to increase access to the system that's creating destruction. I run a company too, and healthcare is very important, but everyone's concerned about access to a system that is causing violence. And my framework on this,
you have to explain that. My
framework on this is I think, how we've been gaslighted. When you can think of any medical miracle, like what would you say a medical, like just what comes to mind when you think of like what's really propelled life expectancy in the last 100 years? Antibiotics. Great. So antibiotics is a solve for an acute situation. It's something that's going to kill you imminently, that infection. You take it for a week and you stop using it. Any medical, I would argue, anyone can think of or name that's really propelled life expectancy forward is for an acute situation. Complicated childbirth, emergency surgical procedures. Giving birth 100 years ago for a woman was more dangerous than having breast cancer today.
That's crazy.
An appendicitis, a gunshot wound. These medical miracles. And, if you have a burst appendix or you have something that's going to imminently kill you, we have a miracle medical system. Unfortunately, today, what's happened is we've taken that trust and we've asked people to trust the medical system on chronic conditions. So now 90% of healthcare costs plus are on managing chronic conditions of people that are already sick. And what's happened, the more statins we prescribe, the more heart disease goes up. The more metformin we prescribe, the more diabetes goes up. The more SSRIs we prescribe, the more depression and suicide go up.
You have to be careful with that one. So
Like,
because
yeah,
that isn't
it's
causative,
like, yeah,
right?
I
It's
know
not
you
like as in well, we don't know, I suppose, but it's certainly the studies have not been done to say that the more statins you prescribe, the more heart disease goes up. But there certainly is a correlation that we have not managed to reduce the incidence of that. But there's one thing before we get lost in that I want to say is that the thing that I think people are missing about healthcare is that it isn't healthcare, it's sick care.
Right.
And so the whole system is designed, hey, something is making you sick, which is great for business if you're in the quote unquote healthcare industry. But the hypothesis I would put down, and I know that you would put down the same one, is the thing that's making you sick predominantly, there are probably other problems as well, but the thing that's making you sick predominantly is what you're eating. So you're eating something that's making you sick in this really chronic, slow, gives us lots of symptoms to treat with lots of medication that you have to take every day. And that's great for business. And so now you've got insurance companies that the only way for them, because there's regulations, the only way for them to get their bottom line to go up is to get more sick people, because they have to pay out all but 15% or something.
That's right.
So they're hemmed in from how they can make money. Oh, if more people get sick, amazing. So while they're not necessarily driving the food industry, they probably aren't doing their best to lobby against the things that are happening to make certain things cheaper, because those things are making us sicker, so on and so forth. So people switch it, and we called it like sickness management, and then we had preventive healthcare. Then I think there would be a much, like, people would approach us with their eyes open to the real problem.
You would never design a system. You'd never come down, like, as an alien, come down to Earth and see 80% of adults having obesity or being overweight, 50% diabetes or prediabetes rate among adults, 93% of Americans metabolic dysfunction, which is driving 90 to 95% of all healthcare costs, 8 out of 10 leading causes of death. You'd never say, let's wait for everyone to get sick and then give them an incremental pill. One thing I'd push on a little bit is that I think we put nutrition and lifestyle habits in this niche preventative box. When my sister, Dr. Casey Means, was at Stanford Medical School, and a patient with debilitating migraines and depression and hypertension, she mentioned maybe they should look at their diet. The attending surgeon said, "Don't be a pussy," and said, "We did not go to nutrition school. We do serious medical interventions here, which is through a prescription pad or through a surgical intervention." That is the predominant mindset in American medicine, right? Doctors aren't nutritionists. There's 90% of doctors graduate without one nutrition class. 80% of med schools in the United States to this day, Stanford, Harvard on down, don't require a single nutrition class to graduate.
That is scandalous. But it's scandalous. This is where it points to something other than evil. This is just moronic.
Well, I think the system is evil. I don't think the dean of Stanford Medical School is evil. Right, but when Casey was there, the dean of Stanford Medical School was a pain specialist, Dr. Pizzo, and the lifeblood of medical schools, right, is funding and research funding, and the vast majority of that comes from pharma. So when he was dean of Stanford Medical School, Dr. Philip Pizzo, he accepted a multi-million-dollar donation from Pfizer and other leading opioid companies. Okay, and they built a new center. And then he was appointed to the NIH panel to make, in 2011, I believe, to make opioid guidance. And he appointed 90% of the people that he brought on that panel also had conflicts, not just with their research funding, but personal consulting payments from opioid companies. And they created more relaxed opioid standards. And today, when you hear about the opioid crisis, 80 to 90% of people that overdose and die from illicit opioids that started with a legal prescription pad. So it's all very nice, but like that's how the system works. So it's like, is Philip Pizzo, who's still at Stanford, is he a terrible person? I don't think so, but I do think it's a lack of moral clarity and frankly a lack of leadership that they don't call this out. I have talked on this journey to leaders at Harvard Medical School, to leaders at insurance companies, to leaders at pharmaceutical companies. They're aware of what's going on, but there's plausible deniability for everyone in the system. So I do actually think, and I'm advised, everyone likes their doctor not to attack doctors, and I think doctors by and large are doing great work on an individual level trapped in a bad system. But I will say this, I think anyone smart in these systems, I think understands what's going on. And it's not, just going back to what you said real quick, it's not that we need to stress, I don't like this bucket of prevention.
That's interesting.
Food is the best reversal. It's the best reversal. So let's just take
an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
But I think we put food in this niche. It's very important for prevention. We should be, if we were creating our healthcare system from scratch, we'd be paying.
You just want them to also use it instead of drugs for curing something.
I'm asking the medical system to trust the science. Take somebody with Alzheimer's. Take somebody with depression. Right? Take somebody with other conditions. Let's take those one by one. Alzheimer's is now called type 3 diabetes. The book, The End of Alzheimer's, a lot of research coming out of major universities. By far the most efficacious way to reverse, you can actually reverse dementia, is a rigorous food and lifestyle intervention. And, a lot of people in the medical system throw up their hands like, nobody's going to do that. No patients are told that. I have yet to meet a person whose parents are dealing with Alzheimer's who's even been mentioned that from the doctors. It's not in the standard of care. We propel government money, tens of thousands of dollars, if not more, per patient, per Alzheimer's patient. We could pay those patients to exercise. Like, there's public policy means to promote what is the best medicine. Depression, 150 minutes of moderate exercise, zone 2 exercise, like light exercise, for 3 months consistently, 150 minutes a week, is, according to peer-reviewed academic studies, is more effective than SSRI, the leading antidepressant, with less side effects. Psychologists aren't telling that to patients.
If your mission is achieving excellence, you must support your body. Introducing AG1. This powerhouse blend is packed with 75% health and true.
They literally are saying you can eat whatever you want. Now with Ozempic, you have Dr. Fatima Stanford at Harvard, on 60 Minutes, saying that obesity is genetic, that it is, quote, not tied to food or lifestyle.
That is crazy. There's no universe in which that was said.
What's that?
There's no way.
On 60 Minutes.
False. Not
on
possible.
60 Minutes.
There's no way.
And she said, food, it's a relic of the past to tie food. And she said it's, quote, a brain disease and genetic. This issue that's only been an issue in the past 50 years. So think about this. This is the
food is not implicated in obesity, according to this person.
Everyone should watch Dr. Fatima Stanford, who's the lead obesity doctor at Harvard, talking on 60 Minutes. She is paid tens of thousands of dollars a year by Novo Nordisk, the maker of Ozempic, and of course, this new field of obesity medicine stands to gain lifetime patients. So Dr. Fatima Stanford at Harvard has also said that it is, quote, structural racism to not have government funding for Ozempic. So let's go back, we're going all over the place here. I think it's good. I think this is a complicated, multifaceted issue, but let's go back to the NAACP, right? This is actually crazy. So the NAACP, the number one issue for African-American children, right? It's skyrocketing rates of diabetes, obesity, which is really setting their lives back. Obesity is cellular dysregulation, particularly in the brain. You're over 2 times more likely to commit suicide or have depression if you have, pre-diabetes or obesity. Excuse me. Diabetes is cellular dysregulation, and obesity is the visual manifestation of that. That's the problem, right? Like the problem is that there's not great habits and we're eating inflammatory food. So the NAACP didn't look at that. They said, let's keep soda. Now you wouldn't even believe this. The NAACP is being paid by Ozempic to argue that it's a civil rights issue to give those same kids Ozempic. Okay, and here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with the statin metformin, the siloing of conditions. When patients are told the statin solves the problem, the Ozempic solves the problem, and don't change what they're putting in their bodies, it's just so simple. Patients are continuing to put inflammatory food into their bodies, which leads into other, unlucky conditions. They leads into other comorbidities. 80% of people with diabetes have at least 3 other chronic conditions. My mom, who's really been a huge inspiration for me, right, is a perfect example of this. I was born at 12 pounds, large baby. Clear sign that she had metabolic dysfunction. She got high fives from the doctor. Oh, it's a big baby, great job. Gestational diabetes, everyone has that.
Wait, what?
A couple years later. It leads into other comorbidities. 80% of people with inflammatory food into their bodies, which leads into other, unlucky conditions. They leads into other comorbidities. 80% of people with diabetes have at least 3 other chronic conditions. My mom, who's really been a huge inspiration for me, right, is a perfect example of this. I was born at 12 pounds.
large baby. Clear sign that she had metabolic dysfunction. She got high fives from the doctor. Oh, it's a big baby. Great job. Gestational diabetes. Everyone has that. A couple years later, she had high cholesterol. Statin. It's a rite of passage. No problem. A couple years later, metformin. Pre-diabetes. It's fine. 50% of people, 60% of people your age have this. Not a problem. Hypertension medications. Oh, it's fine. Not even a blip. These are rites of passage. So she has all these comorbidities, and then she's taking a hike. She feels a pain in her stomach. She goes and gets a scan. Has stage 4 pancreatic cancer and is dead 12 days later.
What the
Pancreatic
fuck?
cancer is a foodborne illness. Every single one of those instances, right, from my birth on, was an opportunity. It was a warning sign. These things are connected. They're not siloed conditions. Heart disease is not a statin deficiency. Obesity is not a Ozempic deficiency. So I do think it's very causal. And I think this ridiculousness of asking for the peer-reviewed studies to show that we shouldn't be eating highly processed shit is playing on the wrong game. We're the only animal in the world that's systematically obese and metabolically dysfunctional, aside from the animals that we've domesticated and feed our food. Like we don't need studies for this. You don't have systematic rates of diabetes and obesity among wild wolves, but dogs that we've domesticated have a 50% cancer rate and a 50% depression rate. That's what I would argue to you. I think it's systematically happening with this complexity issue, is that we've siloed diseases into all of these lanes. When Casey graduated Stanford Medical School, she had to decide between 42 specialties. Right. A doctor devotes their entire lives, to a couple square inches of the body. That's the way our system works, and we have lost our way on that, and we have really, I think it gets to actually a spiritual crisis in our country, where we've completely taken ourselves away, from any type of curiosity or awe about, our bodies, what's going into them, exercise, movement, sleep, looking at the sun, literally like looking at the sun. When Casey talked about that in these more kind of metabolic
I assume
habits.
you mean get sunlight on your skin. Don't look at the sun, everybody watching this. I will tell
Getting
you
some
right now.
sunlight in your eyes. I mean,
Yes.
Dr. Huberman's talking a lot about that.
Not,
But,
not direct sunlight in your eyes anyway. Yeah, this is huge. Before we go on, 'cause there's something really important. So I want to use Callie Means to contradict Callie Means.
Oh, gosh.
So as we were going, you said, I really want people to follow the science. And then you said, we don't need studies to understand this. And you put out a tweet, which I thought was really amazing. Heart disease, obesity, diabetes, depression, kidney disease, autoimmune conditions, stroke, and allergies have all skyrocketed at the exact time we started spending money to treat them. The medical system deserves zero trust on chronic disease management.
Right.
And so what I say to all that is, I think this goes back to your initial idea that confusion is being weaponized, but it is confusing. And as somebody that I've had so many people on the show, and the number of comments that I get from people like, which is it, man? Some people are telling me I need to eat meat. Other people are telling me I need to be vegan. Other people are telling me I need to do both. Some people are telling me I need supplements, some not supplements. Some are saying skin cancer is a result of getting sun exposure. Other people are like, you're going to die of 18 different cancers if you don't get sun on your skin. It's like, what?
Malgré les imprévus, ayez confiance en Netris pour vous aider à gérer votre ressource la plus précieuse, vos employés.
If it's making them skinnier.
Are you having any luck? Are you getting any loving? If other people do, I got you have a little fun.
Am I supposed to do? So if I were to boil the nature of the problem from a non-political standpoint, we'll get to that because I think it's really important, and we're certainly going to have to face that. But I think part of what's going on here is that we have given up on making people responsible for their own body. And man, I get it. It comes from a great place. People don't want to see people suffer. But at the end of the day, you cannot just write people off. And my favorite story along these lines is from a guy named Jim Abrams. And he was the guy that directed the movie Airplane back in the 60s or 70s. And his son had intractable seizures. They couldn't get him to stop. And he was having like 100 grand mal seizures a day. Like, imagine that. Stunting your growth, your intellectual development's on pause. He goes to the doctor trying everything, drugs, everything, nothing's working. And then he was like, man, I don't trust the medical establishment. I'm going to figure this out for myself. Goes and looks it up, finds some ancient study from like the 50s or something that's like, oh, by the way, there's this thing called the ketogenic diet. It can be used to treat seizures. Right. And so he goes to the doctor and he's like, why didn't you tell me about this? And the doctor's like, oh, because nobody will stick with it. And he was like, motherfucker, like, you need to let me know what my options are, and then we'll see. He puts his son on a ketogenic diet. His son has not had a seizure in like 25 years. So the fact that people aren't even being given, like, that they're not studying this, first of all, is madness. The fact that the doctors themselves, I would love to know a stat. How many doctors are overweight and suffer from a lot of these things?
Higher than the general population.
Because here's the thing. They don't understand, because they're abdicating their own responsibility to say, like, I should be able to figure this out. So, for instance, I have a rule in my own life. I avoid supplements wherever humanly possible. I avoid drugs wherever possible. Doesn't mean I don't take the occasional drug. If I need something, let me tell you right now, I will fucking take it, and I'm very glad they exist. But if I never take a drug until I've tried some sort of lifestyle or dietary intervention first, and the number of things that is addressed in my life, including the one that I thought for sure was only going to have a drug solution, which was anxiety. And P.S., if you have anxiety and you're struggling, by all means, try a drug. But I would say if you can avoid being on it every day, that would be way better. And for me, the impact of diet on my anxiety was life-changing. And so the fact that, and this is definitely my own life philosophy leaking out here, man, people need to, your life is an exact reflection of your choices. That is going to be unpopular, and people are going to flame me in the comments. But I'm just telling you right now, if you act as if your life is an exact reflection of your choices, you will put yourself in the driver's seat, you will make wiser choices, and you will have a shot at getting out of this. But when the pushback on people is, well, nobody's going to adhere to that diet. Before we started rolling, you said the argument is people might go from Honey Nut Cheerios to Cheerios, but they're never going to go from Honey Nut Cheerios to chicken breast. That is a big part of the problem, because the studies are all over the place. You're going to get conflicting information. But if you just figure out what works for you, you will be fine.
What did you think is
So many people are listening to this podcast.
I don't know, but
Joe Rogan, on down, whether it's a health focused or just general focused, the most popular independent media in the country, the most popular books in the country, the most popular outlets in the country are talking about people taking empowerment on their health. I think there is a sinister and wrong idea about the American people that's propagated by the medical system, is that they're lazy. Think about what we're being told. When you are highly obese, your life expectancy is like 8 years younger, right? My mom was desperately trying, to not miss the birth of my son, which she did. She didn't want to miss that. Her house was stacked with books by Dr. Mark Hyman and Robert Lustig and metabolic health pioneers. People aren't trying to miss walking their daughter down the aisle, have a shorter, more depressed life. Like this is a lie. I think a sinister lie that doctors are indoctrinated with from the moment med school starts. That they stand with the prescription pad and the scalpel, to clean up the mess of this lazy American population that is addicted to their sugary drinks and their Big Macs and sedentary lifestyles. That is just not the case. So there's a bottoms up and a top down. And I think everyone listening to this podcast, and reading these books are on a bottoms up revolution, where I think they're trying to be around longer for their kids and looking around at kids concerned. I think there is just an uprising and just indignation of what's happening to kids in this country. There's big lobbying groups for Coca-Cola. No lobbying groups, the fact that 30% of kids now are pre-diabetic. So I just think that this whole idea, people want to be healthy. That is a premise I refuse to be dissuaded of. And people need the information. And the first message that I'm trying to establish is the first part of bottoms up is understanding the systems that you operate in and having the courage to speak out. When the American Academy of Pediatrics, the majority of their funding comes from pharma. They receive millions of dollars from the maker of Ozempic. They receive millions of dollars from makers of diabetes drugs, right? And they say that the first thing a kid should eat is highly processed grains. They're arguing that.
Where do they say that?
The American Academy of Pediatrics pediatricians give a pamphlet out, and they say the first thing a child should eat is little puffs. Literally, that's what the recommendation on the
from breast milk to Cocoa Puffs.
To puffs, which is just absurd. Obviously, if you think about just how we're biologically and evolutionarily made. What to eat. And of course, the American Academy of Pediatrics, with absolute violence happening against kids, as we're subsidizing tens of billions of dollars for soda.
Why do you call it violence?
Because we have violence occurring to the cells of children. Prediabetes is violence occurring to their cells. A child born today, right, a teenager has a 45% rate of obesity or being overweight, the 20% fatty liver disease rate. 40% of 18-year-olds right now qualify as having a mental illness. Whoa. The American Academy of Pediatrics, which is credentialed to set the standard of care, for how children are treated in the United States. A doctor will be reprimanded if they go against the American Academy of Pediatrics guidelines. They were nowhere to be found during the food stamp debate with Coke. In fact, I was helping to engineer payments from Coke to the American Academy of Pediatrics, which accepts processed food money. At that time, I saw as Coke funneled millions of dollars to the American Diabetes Association.
That's crazy.
The American Diabetes Association accepted money from Coke, millions of dollars. They said that small cans of Coke, might be a good idea.
Might be a good idea or doesn't hurt as much.
It was on the website that small cans of Coke might be an option for diabetics. Also, the group that credentials and sets nutritionist policy accepted money from Coke. So that was a huge strategy. So they gladly accepted money. And now the American Academy of Pediatrics, instead of saying, that a child who's 12 and obese needs to learn how to eat whole food, not eat ultra-processed food, and not be sedentary, so they can live a mentally and physically healthy life and be a productive member of society. They are saying that child needs a shot, a weekly shot of Ozempic, which the label
and you're a racist if you don't want
which the label says that you should take it for your entire life, not go off of it, or you will have massive metabolic dysfunction. I mean, just going to kind of, I think, where the lack of leadership, moral cowardice is, you can take this to every institution. I raised from met with a lot of venture capitalists for my new thing, right? A lot of them are investing in the sick care system. Alexis Ohanian, this guy that's very vocal on social justice issues, is on the board of Roe and is tweeting now how it's an urgent imperative.
What's Roe?
Roe is Roe's the largest direct consumer, one of them, of Ozempic. They're putting up billboards in New York City saying that millennials should be getting Ozempic. And they're writing blog posts saying it's an urgent national imperative for Ozempic, for 80% of the population who's obese or overweight, to steer, instead of $2,000 a month of government money, which is what Ozempic is, instead of steering that to better food, we need to steer that to Ozempic. You have leading investors now saying that that's an urgent national imperative, who are also talking about other social justice issues like that. Like, he's not a bad person, this Alexis Ohanian guy, but if we're really concerned about that 12-year-old, particularly an underprivileged 12-year-old, these incentives have blinded us. And I do think that's violence to kids. I think there is an absolute lack of moral clarity among adults who are paying their mortgages, and buying their houses in the Hamptons, and going on their vacations funded by a sick care system. I mean, this is a material part of the economy. 78% of states in the United States, the largest employer, is a hospital system or a food retailer, Walmart. These are really, by some respects, the two largest industries in the United States. So people's mortgages, and then just take it to the investing and the consulting, for these industries. It's such a massive part of the economy we've been blinded, I think.
Wow. Okay, so I want to lay out what I think is the solution. So we've done a reasonably good job, and there's probably more to go, but in terms of the problem. So, in fact, quick synopsis of the problem. You've got ingredients or crops that are being subsidized by the government that make calories cheaper and delicious. And even if it was started with good intentions, we're now at the point where for a certain subset of the population, it is beyond self-evident that the root cause of most modern ailments, what you're calling 8 out of the 10 top killers, are what the words you use are food-borne illnesses, which I like. I will say food-caused. So it's your diet is causing metabolic disease, and that metabolic disease manifests in different ways in different people. But it's 8 out of the 10 top killers. And so you're eating too many grains, you're eating way too much sugar, you're eating way too many highly processed food items. Okay, that's the problem. That's creating this metabolic dysregulation, which is killing people on the installment plan. All right, solution to me is really simple, and people can argue about the finesse of this, whether you should be vegan or whether meat or carnivore or whatever. Honestly, on that I don't care. But I will say that the really simple baseline, so that people don't feel like, oh, this is all over my head: eat whole food whenever possible, avoid anything that spikes your glucose, get plenty of sleep, get sunlight, exercise. If you do those, you're going to minimize your disease burden. You're going to theoretically, and this is one I will say, if people want to call me out and say that the thing that I prescribe is not going to elongate their life enough, fair enough. I won't know until the end of it.
We are being lied to that this is complicated. You are absolutely right. And it's such a simple point that you just made that I think we can almost gloss over that, because it's just like eat healthy, sleep. It's the most profound and important point in America. We should abolish nutrition research in this country and give them the list you just said and try to make public policy around that simple list.
But how do you convince people? Because to your own point, follow the science. We don't need studies, right? It's this whipsaw of people look at the data, but you've got people funding studies to make sure that the data is muddy. So it's like you and I both look at certain studies and we go, I have a lot of faith in this study.
Right.
But the thing that makes me so arrogant in my approach is that I've done it in my own life. And so you can tell me whatever you want about how I should eat, and I just know I used to be 60 pounds heavier, and I'm not now. And I've maintained that for years and years. If I go over the holidays, I let loose, I eat all the foods that are going to kill me. It's wonderful, and I really enjoy it for a short period of time. And I put on fat during that time, and I have no stress about it because I know exactly how to lose that fat.
So a lot of the folks that have come on this show, and you talked about kind of complicate the issue. Is it carnivore? Is it vegan? Should I be doing HIIT exercises? Should I be doing zone 2? Should I be? The folks that have been at this microphone have changed my life and brought me on this path. I just want to say that. I also want to say that there are incentives, I think, among influencers and among researchers and really among everyone to complicate the issue. I think we are being systematically gaslit by the incentives on every level to think that this is complicated. I take a little bit of objection to some of the folks with all of these protocols for exercise. And there's heated debate. There's tweets that go viral, just slamming, certain exercise mindsets. They're saying you're doing too many HIIT exercises, high intensity interval training is bad, saying that you have to be doing, these resistant exercises, litigating and slamming the other side. I just have this message. I think we're losing the plot a little bit here. If you commit to 150 minutes of getting your heart rate up a week, that is 99% of it. I don't think there's an epidemic of people that are committing to 150 minutes a week who are not achieving their health goals or not seeing improvement. I just personally speaking, with my mom
dying, with me being on this mission with a new son in the world, worried about him, trying to improve my personal habits, I got very in the weeds on all the protocols. And then I just committed to that 150 minutes. And then I became more curious. And now I research and
You're already eating whole foods, right?
This is the list. And I think it's very much what you said, but it's the unholy trinity. If you scan your label and don't eat seed oils, soybean, canola, sunflower, seed oils, which were created in 1910 by John Rockefeller as an industrial byproduct of oil production. Our body is not biologically created to eat. This is a new substance in our diet now, one of the top sources of American fats. If you cut seed oils, if you cut highly processed grains, as I talked about earlier, the processing takes the fiber off. And if you cut added sugar, which is up 100x in 100 years, if you scan your label for those three things, you are 80% there, because you'll be pushed to a largely whole food diet. There's so again, start with that, but there's sub things. You're talking meat or vegetables, try to have not ones that are fresh without a bunch of pesticides, that are organic, that are pasture raised. We can go deeper into that. But if you cut those three ingredients, seed oils, highly processed grain, sugar, and this is where I think it gets a little bit like, I think people, is it really that simple? Yeah, yes. If we geared not just nutrition policy, if we geared economic and health policy in America to eliminating or reducing those three ingredients, the amount of human capital in this country that would be unleashed, the amount of increased fertility, the amount of increased economic productivity, the decrease in depression, it's unfathomable what would happen. And it really is that simple of attacking. And I'm not even talking about bans yet. We subsidize bans. I'm not even arguing yet to ban anything. We subsidize those ingredients over $100 billion a year. Not just food stamps, which is a $115 billion program. 70% of it goes to ultra processed foods, which is basically those three ingredients. 70 to 75% of food stamps. Also, school lunches, federally subsidized school lunches, one of the top sources of nutrition for children. There's no sugar limit in those lunches. Michelle Obama tried. She ended up being co-opted by the food industry, ended up talking a lot about exercise, which is what the food company pushes people to do.
Eat all the sugar in the world, but just make sure you work out. That's why I was pushing back on the 150 hours thing. Like, if you're not eating whole food already, like, exercise isn't going to.
No, it's a stack ranked. It's stack ranked. You have to get food right. And when I say food-borne illnesses, just to be clear, food is number one, but it's metabolic-borne illnesses. So let's just be very clear. Those ingredients. Then what should we put in? What should we put into our bodies? I think if you cut those ingredients, you're well on your way. But think about the micronutrients. Think about the fiber. Think about those omega-3s. You talked about not taking supplements. And this is where I think the spiritual element comes in. Why aren't we trained in school? Why aren't we talking about this amazing hunt for elements that help our cells in our food? Why isn't any curiosity? I think it is so fascinating. It's taken me to later in life to really, but it's so interesting, right? What omega-3 versus omega-6 is, how, for the all of human evolution, we were, predominantly omega-3s, and now we're like 20 to 1 omega-6s, these inflammatory oils found in processed foods. It's totally screwing over our cells. Doctors don't even know that. Doctors don't even know these things. But get on a journey. Once you cut those three ingredients, get on a journey of hunting for the micronutrients, the fiber, the antioxidants, the omega-3s, and then you can find those in a vegan diet or a carnivore diet or whatever. I actually would argue, that the big carnivore influencers who are good and the vegan influencers, they've got a niche, right? They're slamming the other side, but they're essentially arguing the same thing. It's to get back to basics. It's to get back to hunting for the micronutrients, that we biologically need. So that's the most important thing. I would say on exercise, there's a lot of people, and again, go deep. A lot of the influencers come on. I learn a lot from them as I'm on this journey. But I'm telling you, you will not be misled if you do anything to get your heart rate, above a zone 2 or above for 150 minutes a week, and stay consistent on that.
Is that for you though, after you get the food right, or is that more important?
You have to get the food right. Yeah. So you've got, like my son, like it is child abuse to give a child added sugar. And I know it's very normalized. I know, we all go to the birthday parties, and especially for an infant, 0 to 1 to 2, 3. I'd say well into the child's life, we have any control of their food. I believe it's child abuse. Sugar by
Would you let? So your son's 7.
No. He's 1. Well, he's 1.
I'm saying when he is 7 and he's at a birthday party, would you let him have a cupcake or a piece of cake?
What I would try to do, so I would not be punitive, because I think that leads, that can lead to a lot of issues too, right? And a child does need to learn how to make their own decisions.
Yeah.
What I would try to do, and I think what we should do for every child, is training them from the earliest age possible how dopamine runs our life. How, for an adult, really we are rats in a cage going from dopamine hit to dopamine hit. We wake up, we check our phones, then we grab the coffee. Most huge portion of the internet bandwidth is porn. We watch TikTok, we watch TVs, we grab alcohol after work. Even at work, we have all these enterprise applications like Slack that are just triggering our dopamine. We literally are just mice in a cage running from dopamine hit to dopamine hit. And I think where we've been wronged and gaslighted a bit is that food has been normalized and we don't put it in that box. What's happened is there's highly addictive drugs and highly harmful drugs in our food. If you actually want to just take a scientific approach to analyzing the negative impacts of drugs, sugar would be at the top of the list. Sugar would be above heroines, methamphetamines, any other drug. If you attribute the deaths to sugar versus any other drug, it dwarfs it. The fact that it doesn't, immediately make you high like an opioid right away, it actually makes it more dangerous. It's more nefarious, but it's highly addictive. If you do brain scans, which they've done, of the dopamine receptors in your brain with sugar versus opioids, it triggers the exact same parts of the brain. Mark Hyman's talked a lot about this.
Dad, I just want to know if I can have a piece of cake at this birthday party.
I had a huge goal to train, to talk to my kid about the journey I've been on about being discerning.
So you're not going to have a hard and fast. You maybe haven't thought through it. I can tell this is like, I'm not sure what to do with little Timmy.
I think that when you are in control of your child's diet, I do think it is wrong for sugar to touch their mouth.
Wow, so really hardcore.
No, but you're in charge of your child's diet. I think very early on. I don't think you're fully in charge of them at 7.
Right.
My hope would be to train them use this as an opportunity to talk about how society has been so wrong on things that are very normalized, about how society used to say smoking was fine and doctors smoked in offices. I mean, that would be my hope. I also think that, if you go down the list, chronic stress management and people feeling, independent and making their decisions is also extremely important. So attacking limitation, but I think it's tough. But I do think we need a mindset shift on how we train kids, and absolutely with babies. I mean, you're starting your kid off really far ahead if you have a metabolically functional environment for the first couple of years. I mean, the degree of drugs and food that we're giving children right now really do, set them back. It's damaging the microbiome. I really do think there's a lot of evidence and just common sense, that sleep habits, that movement habits, that, food habits, when you are in full control, from 0, 1, 2, really have a huge impact. So I think you are setting your kid up for a lot of success there. And then for older kids, I think it's talking about this stuff. I think drugs and dopamine run our lives. And the fact that that's been weaponized into the food we need to survive, I think it's a huge problem.
All right, so I want to go back to subsidies. So we've got our 7-year-old kid. It's tough. There's things at the birthday party that they're going to want that aren't good for them. This was the whole idea behind Quest. We wanted to make food that people could choose based on taste and how it would be good for them. But one of the side effects one of the things that ended up making that company possible was a knock-on effect of high fructose corn syrup. So when we first tried to make our bar, we went to a co-manufacturer. They said, this can't be made. We were like, why not? And they're like, the texture of it is just not going to run through the equipment. Why don't you add some high fructose corn syrup? And we couldn't understand. That was everybody's response. We're like, we get it from like a shelf stability standpoint. We even get it from a taste standpoint. But why can't you manufacture it? And what we ended up realizing is that for 70-ish years, the machinery that was being manufactured had been developed in lockstep with the use of high fructose corn syrup, which gives everything a very particular viscosity And so when it goes through a machine, if it doesn't have that in it, it just doesn't run properly. And so it was like, nobody thought about that. You're just, all the things that this machine has to make all have this high fructose syrup, which for people that don't know, it comes in almost like a syrup form. And so you put it into the whatever product and it gives it like a lot of pliability. Then once we stripped it out, even though we also had our syrup, but ours was a fiber, it just didn't have the same properties. And so we ended up having to engineer our own equipment, which is pretty insane, but ends up being one of the reasons that the company is able to explode. So anyway, bringing this all back to subsidies. So it's like what we were trying to do, say, hey, we're going to do that painful work of negotiating with the almond growers and all this stuff to try to make something that is of reasonable cost that you don't have to deal with. We'll figure out the machinery, all that stuff, and we can just deliver a bar that is metabolically advantageous. So from a subsidy standpoint, how do we change the incentives so that healthy eating can happen accidentally, but is also still delicious?
This is my simple message. I think we've been lied to on policy as well, that it's complicated. We need to stop recommending poison and stop subsidizing poison. And then the free market will figure it out. So just make high fructose corn syrup cost what it costs. Stop recommending it. Stop subsidizing it. Right now, the USDA, which sets the nutrition guidelines for Americans, the guidelines, what our government tells us is that a child that's 2 years old and up can have 10% of their diet added sugar. Yeah, 10% of their diet. Just for saying it. What's that? It makes me want to bite you that you're saying that. Like, that's so crazy. This is, I just want to, because again, I hear these things before, and I guess kind of the government says for us, a child 2 years and up, to eat 10% added sugar. And the amount of lobbying that went into that and malfeasance that I saw is astounding. The key thing to understand with that USDA guideline, the key thing to understand with most medical decisions, is that the USDA, the FDA, when they approve drugs, or the NIH when they give guidelines like on for opioids and now for Ozempic, it's not government bureaucrats that are at the government making that determination. They're outside panels. So the way food companies, better or worse? I think it's worse because there's no conflicts of interest with who can go in those panels. So 95% of the experts on the USDA Nutrition Guidelines Committee receive personal payments from food and or pharma companies. Wow. Dr. Fatima Stanford, who we talked about, who's the Ozempic shill from Harvard, you can't even make this up, was just appointed to the 2025 committee to make the nutrition guidelines. Wow. The same person who says that obesity isn't tied to food or exercise. So that's the level of corruption. And then, of course, it's just a revolving door with all these agencies. You know, the classic case where the chair of the FDA, Gottlieb, just, you know, went straight to be the board of Pfizer. So it's just like a total revolving door where there's no restrictions on not only research grants, which is the lifeblood of these academics industry, but personal consulting payments from processed food companies. So if there's like we say, oh, it's complicated. Oh, patients don't want to do this. If the United States government saying 10% added sugar.
Didn't they, the Food Compass says like, Lucky Charms are better, 3 times better than eggs or something like that?
Yeah, I think sometimes we think that this is a thing of the past. You know, we know about the food pyramid in the 90s where some corrupt research from the Sugar Research Council said we should be eating more sugar, more carbs, less healthy fats. This is still happening. So not only do you have the guidelines bought off, you have the preeminent nutrition study today is the Food Compass. So this is very classic. It's millions of dollars directly from the NIH, Tufts Nutrition School, which is one of the preeminent nutrition schools, and also millions of dollars from food companies. They go into the same study. This study comes out on the press release. It says the purpose of the study is to impact childhood nutrition marketing guidelines. It's the point of the study. And it says that over 3 dozen name brand cereals, including Lucky Charms, Honey Nut Cheerios, on down, 3 dozen are recommended. Multiples more than eggs, which are discouraged, and beef, which is discouraged. Now, this is funny if it wasn't tragic that the food companies think about this, right? The maker of that study, the dean of Tufts Nutrition School, he actually called me very angry
It was actually, I'm like, geez, you don't have a lot to do. My partner and I, my new company.
82% des antibiotiques vendus sont utilisés en production animale. Et la surutilisation rend les antibiotiques moins efficaces. Voilà pourquoi le poulet Prime de Maple Leaf est élevé sans antibiotiques.
We're working to expose this stuff and change it. But it's just so ridiculous, and people hadn't talked about the study, so what we put out went pretty viral. Joe Rogan tweeted about it, or Instagrammed it, and Fox News started covering it. And he called me. He couldn't even make this up. He called me from Davos, like fuming. He's like, emails me, you need to pick up my call, calls me. And he said that the food funding is the lifeblood of nutrition schools. And that just is what it is. And I asked him, because I did some research, I said, well, you've received personal payments, not just research payment, personal payments from almost every processed food company you can imagine. And another direct-to-consumer issuer of Ozempic, he is receiving payments, consulting payments from an Ozempic prescriber, one of these companies that's mass advertising in TikTok ads, Ozempic to millennials. That's who's paying him. That's who's paying for his, vacation house in Massachusetts. And I asked him just point blank, I think what everyone would want to ask him, does that impact your decision making? He's like, of course not. We have a disclaimer in the study.
The truth is, hitting your career goals is not easy. You have to be willing to go the extra mile to stand out and do hard things better than anybody else. But there are 10 steps I want to take you through that will 100x your efficiency so you can crush your goals and get back more time into your day. You'll not only get control of your time, you'll learn how to use that momentum to take on your next big goal. To help you do this, I've created a list of the 10 most impactful things that any high achiever needs to dominate. And you can download it for free by clicking the link in today's description. All right, my friend, back to today's episode.
The big processed food company that even funded the Food Compass was Danone. They don't, they did take cereal money, but he's like, Danone makes almond milk. I pull up the study, milk and dairy. Chocolate almond milk is the highest rated dairy rated by the NIH Tufts Food Compass. It's higher rated than grass-fed Greek yogurt. Chocolate almond milk, made by Danone. They're the number one maker of that. So, it's just aggressive defense of asking us to believe what's just manifestly not true. And he also said, we had some cereals lower rated, but the fact that Cheerios is rated higher than quinoa in that study, and Honey Nut, he's like, Honey Nut Cheerios is rated lower. It's like, yeah, but Cheerios is rated high, and they take that study, and I used to do this. You take that study, and you go to the school boards. You go to the, food stand. This is, lobbyists are in the office. I'm hearing from members of Congress every day with these confusing studies. There's been 50,000 nutrition studies conducted in just the past 3 years, according to PubMed. And the express goal of these studies is to confuse. So what I would say is that, back to the policy, is we need to just be simple in our recommendations and have some moral courage. If the head of the NIH, the head of the USDA, the dean of Stanford Medical School, Harvard Med School, Tufts Nutrition School, if they had a press conference tomorrow on the steps of Congress and said it is an urgent national priority to limit sugar among children specifically and stop recommending this, and we need to make the USDA nutrition guidelines say zero sugar immediately. We don't want to ban it, but we don't recommend alcohol for children. We don't say 10% alcohol. We don't say 10% cigarettes. The only difference between what's sugar and cigarettes is that what sugar is doing to kids is an order of magnitude worse. It literally, I'm not saying they should take it, but like there's nothing worse that we can give kids to ensure that they have more metabolic disorders, more depression than sugar. I mean, it is a violent substance, going back to that word. And I just think, again, we have been so wrong so many times about things that were normalized throughout American history. This is a big one. If those leaders said that tomorrow, it would be a revolution. Americans listen to medical leaders. We actually adhered to the food pyramid, right? We dramatically changed our diet in the 90s, which was a disaster. In the 1980s, when the Surgeon General said smoking is bad, way too late, decades too late, because of similar cultural and economic reasons, smoking rates plummeted. And when Dr. Fauci said to get the vaccine, I think it's like 90% plus of Americans got at least one vaccine. So for better or worse, we listen to medical leaders. At the child's birthday party, right? If Dr. Fauci and all the other medical leaders say sugar is poison, it should be 0%. At that birthday party, it would be more taboo to give every child sugar like they're a bunch of meth heads, right? Now, those parents who are giving all this.
On fait disparaître les objets indésirables. Suffit de pointer. Visitez 1-800-GAJAM.com.
The sugar to the 3-year-olds and all the children are running around like crazy people. That's what the government's recommending. Like it's literally they're following. So don't recommend things. And this is simple. This is simple. The second thing is the government should stop subsidizing, as I mentioned.
Sometimes if he's being like a real jerk to the point where I'm just like, what the fuck's your problem? Like, don't pick on me just because you're fucking feeling certain kind of way.
90% go to wheat, corn, soy. Corn is obviously turned into high fructose corn syrup, and those are the staples of processed food from the 1970s. Let's just look for ways to stop subsidizing it.
Has anybody looked at what that does to the availability of just enough calories to feed a family for people that are on SNAPs?
Well, Coke lobbies for SNAP to be lowly funded too. So
lowly funded.
Like there's express lobbying from processed food companies to keep the SNAP contributions low, so people can only afford processed food. If that's what you're asking.
No, that wasn't what I was asking, but that's even weirder. So what I'm saying is, let's say that, so if we remove subsidies from the grains and stuff, going back to my early devil's advocate, like what if they're really just trying to make cheap calories available? Because honestly, even I really want people to be healthy. I want them to eat whole foods, but I would much rather people have Coke and terrible things and be alive than these calories just not be available and they're starving to death. Now, I have no idea that could be so fake and it's not even an issue. It'd be so easy to get them chicken breast and carrots, whatever. But I haven't looked at it. So that would be the one thing I would say, like, is there anything that is, it doesn't even have to be hyper palatable, but is there anything palatable that we could make available on SNAP so that when we say no more subsidies that lead to Coke in the first place, and then even if people are going to keep making Coke, don't let it be purchasable with SNAPs. What do they eat then?
Yeah, I hate to do this, but I'm gonna dispute a little bit of your premises.
Please, I literally have no idea.
I come from a libertarian, early in my career worked for Republicans, right? Free markets and individual choice is really important to me. What we have right now is a total corruption of the system, where we have a $115 billion government program in the case of food stamps, right? Lobbied to basically subsidize and pay for poison, which then costs trillions of dollars of downstream health impacts. So if you change that, that's not messing with the market. That's correcting the market. If you said for a government nutrition program, it needs to be, even cutting out those 3 ingredients, even saying it needs to be whole foods or packaged foods that don't include seed oils, sugar, or highly processed grains. If you did that tomorrow, you'd have Amazon and all these companies, and there'd be Quest product. If there's $115 billion pot of money and the rules change, right now everyone's flooding in to accomplish rules. Now when you go into literally 100%, Coca-Cola instructs all the supermarkets to do special campaigns around the days that SNAP funding comes into account. And a Coca-Cola is front and center and actually cheaper at a supermarket often than water because there's so many subsidized ingredients in that. Wow. So everyone's playing by the rigged rules of the game. But I just think it's a totally false choice, right? In Sweden, there's a huge emphasis for lower income programs, to encourage whole foods, farmers market, and there's farmers markets in lower income areas because that's where the money is. So you talk about this issue of food deserts. It's kind of this perversion of the thing. The NAACP plays into this. They're like, these folks need Coke and they need processed food because there's food deserts. No, there's food deserts because of the corrupt policies that you are being paid to promote. Amazon and all these innovative companies would be in these places tomorrow if there were economic incentives to be there. So we have a rigged market. On the money thing, I do also dispute that this is like too expensive. What's hard right now is, again, that healthcare is the largest and the fastest growing industry in the United States, producing worse outcomes. In our industries, innovation is better prices, better service. It's the opposite, and it's the largest industry in the country. So what's happening, is these. And I think conservatives actually are starting to understand this. The left, I think it's a bipartisan issue of our time. But we are like writing the check for our bankruptcy. I mean, like the amount of budgetary devastation that we are embedding with a 30% childhood pre-diabetes rate. I mean, just think about how much of a gold mine a diabetic child is.
La douleur, ça fait beaucoup de bruit. Mais quand la douleur vous dit non, Advil vous dit oui.
For the healthcare system.
Oh God, that's
the key is that's the greatest thing possible. We're creating more than through the incentives of the system. But what's so great about a diabetic child for the system?
Well, clip that out of context. Let me tell you what's so great about a diabetic child.
It is diabetic children are both the greatest economic gift to the largest industry in the country, and what's going to see, I think, the collapse of the United States because of the budgetary. Because the amazing thing economically about a diabetic child is they don't die, but they have growing comorbidities. So the second that child enters the system, they are told by the American Diabetes Association, which is funded by diabetes drug makers and food companies, that this is a lifetime non-reversible condition.
But that really winds me up when people say that.
Yeah, diabetes is completely reversible. Diabetes, there's nothing medically significant about the blood sugar level of diabetes. It's an arbitrary marker of blood sugar. There's nothing scientifically like you've crossed the Rubicon when you have diabetes or prediabetes, right? It's completely under our control and completely reversible through food. If you do your simple program of moving and eating whole foods like every other animal in the wild is able to do, you can reverse metabolic dysfunction and reverse diabetes. But so just think about that child. That child enters the system, and if they're lower income, they're on Medicaid. So that child then is told this is lifetime conditions, and then when you have diabetes, you're just racking on the comorbidities. So that child is definitely, if it's a woman, going to have PCOS. PCOS, which is the leading cause of female infertility, is insulin resistance. It literally is a type. It's like a phase of diabetes. It's not like caused or related to diabetes. Like insulin resistance, PCOS is the same thing. And now 25% of women have PCOS, which is skyrocketing. Male sperm count is plummeting, which is highly metabolically related. That child is going to obviously deal with obesity, most likely depression, be on an SSRI. Like 25% of adult women in the United States are on an antidepressant. So that child, as they grow and are told these are just things to manage, is just going to rack up all these comorbidities and just be a gold mine. And that sounds very morbid, but like that is how it works, and it's tragic.
Man, they say don't kill the messenger, but good Lord, your message is god awful. It's funny because I've been in this space for a long time, but this is really like hearing it like this. I've heard people rail like, you got to get the money out of politics. I never really understood what they meant, but I thought they meant campaign donations, but now I'm realizing that this is a far more gnarly setup.
Well, the food industry spends 11 times more nutrition research than the NIH, and the NIH itself is able to, obviously give to, it's basically a grant making organization that gives to folks with conflicts of interest. So it's rigging institutions of trust. It's as we talked about, rigging the research institutions.
Do you really see a way out of this? Because this is now because if all the incentives are there and people are throwing money, you'd have to get the money out of big food.
I'm a little bit upset you're feeling despondent. This is an optimistic message. There are not podcasts like this in China where, folks are ranting against the incentives of the largest industries in the country. In the leading books, the leading podcasts, people are waking up. And I do think one of the strengths of our system in America is that we're able to robustly debate and make course corrections. And what does give me hope from the bottoms up, I do think people want to be healthy, want to be at their kids' weddings, want to see their grandchildren, want their kids to be healthy. So I think there's a lot of education. And my message, my contribution to this debate is that when it comes to chronic conditions, preventing them specifically, for you or your children, you should listen to the medical system, but you should not trust it. You should trust yourself. And
How do I listen to the system but not trust it at the same time?
You can listen to what the American Academy of Pediatrics says to feed your children, and then read a book by Mark Hyman or Robert Lustig and do the opposite. You can,
This is the optimistic part of the pitch.
No, it is optimistic. In order to be empowered, we need to have a baseline
super
of
shitty and will literally
what's
kill them
happening.
off.
Knowledge about the game playing in is required for empowerment.
I think people can do their own thing. That is all I hear. The system, though, is going to eat a huge percentage of the people.
From the top down, this is how I see it. This is the biggest existential threat we have to America. We are truly becoming a fat, infertile, sick, depressed population at an increasing rate. Like if you've seen the movie WALL-E, we're truly becoming that.
Also divided, everything's political.
This will kill, but what gives me hope from a top-down perspective is things that are unsustainable by definition have to stop eventually.
Yeah, but in how much pain and agony?
We generally get to the right answer late, but we do get to the right answer, and I do think it's a strength of our system. I think we have completely lost our way. There's been a complete lapse of moral courage from leaders. But let's just even take what I was talking about earlier, how the medical miracles were all pre-1960 acute. We did achieve great things in the medical system. We have doubled life expectancy through, I think, these acute innovations. We've lost our way with these management of chronic conditions, this addiction to that, the recurring revenue, which our system is addicted to now. We're aggressively calling it out right now. It's mathematically unsustainable, because the more we spend, the worse things get, and we're going to go bankrupt. So it has to be a bottoms-up revolution. I mean, I actually do get hope that the most popular pieces of content are about this, that there's an awakening. My message is the system is rigged. You should trust yourself, and it's simple. It is simple. Cut those 3 ingredients, move, see what happens. It's simple. Don't be gaslighted that this is complicated. I've seen the efforts inside the system to try to convince you of that, and it's just not true. This is dead simple. That is my message. And if more and more people can wake up, the system changes from the top down. And I'll just say lastly,
you mean a system changes from the bottom up?
I'll give this example. I was meeting with a member of Congress and asked them about money. And the money's huge. The farm industry spends 5 times more on lobbying and public affairs work than the oil industry. 3 times more than any other industry. It's huge. There's three pharma lobbies for every member of Congress.
What?
It's huge.
Say that again?
There's 3 pharma lobbies for every member of Congress.
That's really good.
So it's significant.
Yeah.
What he told me is that the only thing more powerful than money is grassroots support, is voters caring about an issue. And that's why abortion, and that's why gun control, things that are very targeted, people are very passionate about. And what he said, and what I do see, is that people are being channeled and becoming very passionate about the fact that there is violence occurring to kids. I really do think, and it's a tried and true political dynamic, but kids are under threat right now. Like, you go into a kid's classroom, you see the developmental issues, you see the obesity, you see the metabolic conditions. Like this, when you think about a voter and what they care about, this is channeling a lot of attention and rage, and more people are talking about this at meetings and calling. And these members of Congress also have kids, and they basically are somewhat gaslighted, and they're not really controlling anything and kind of in the system as created by the interests. But the grassroots support is growing, and one thing I'm trying to do is channel that. And I would say the more you can make your voice known that this rigged system is an issue, the more effective. And we're working with some folks on channeling that attention. But if there is a grassroots uprising to protect kids and reverse these trends we're seeing, that will also help.
How dare you, Callie, insinuate that my morbidly obese child with type 2 diabetes is not perfect? That's body shaming, and you should be fired, defunded. You should, any sponsorships you ever get, any likes on Twitter, I'm going after all those people. What say you to body positivity?
I think it's the exact same tactics that I saw 10 years ago when I was working for these companies. I think that the average American who's overweight wants to be less overweight. They want to be healthy.
I have no
I think
idea
we've
what
been
would even
sold this bill of
consist of
lies that you can cater
like,
to.
and when I tried to look it up,
I think
I
that's
got
true.
literally
I think
nothing
that's the
other
secret.
than sad
I
stuff.
really do believe
Like, this is none of this is
would
relevant
feel
to
better
food. What?
about themselves and
Yeah,
would just
what about
feel
it?
better, like my joints don't hurt if they lost weight.
Yeah,
That
I
is
was worked
not
at
the rhetoric. The rhetoric
at a
is
dog hotel in
from
Beaujour.
some percentage. Maybe it's 1%, maybe it's 99%.
It was a dog
There is
cat hotel,
violent
and they would have
rhetoric
hired me on the spot.
about body positivity,
But,
not
I
shaming
was
people
deciding-
for being overweight, et cetera, et cetera. If I want to trigger people, all I have to do is just talk about weight loss.
Let's go back to the framework of rigging
Well,
institutions
people
of
were
trust.
going on trips, like long
The
trips.
LA Unified
And
School
they
District,
put
the
the
largest
dog
school
there for,
district in
like,
the country, recently
And
posted
cats,
on
like,
their
you have a dog and
Instagram
a cat,
account
they can put the dog and cat in the
video
same room, and they have
from
like
a
a
body
live feed in every room,
influential,
so that
body
you can make sure like
positive
your
influencer.
animals are being treated
And the
well
video
and shit.
said
Don't let, like,
it
you
is
talk
racist to
your animal on the
stigmatize
phone
any
and stuff.
food.
It's fucking
That the only reason
yeah,
you
it's
should
like
criticize a
super rich
donut
people
is if the
that
donut has
bring
mold
their
on it,
animals
and that it is a result of longstanding oppression for us to be judging what people eat. You cannot make this up. I posted about this on Twitter. It is so that video was paid for by Nestle. That they funneled money to that body positive influencer, and it's come out that food companies are funneling millions of dollars to influencers, particularly on TikTok, to make this argument that any talk of food is fat shaming. And there's also been a movement.
So you don't think it's real? You think it's just being satirized?
The debate is being weaponized. Like, where is this information? Where is this information coming from? Like, where are these ideas now that it's racist for a doctor to weigh a patient, which is now a thing?
What?
Doctors aren't weighing
They're tying it
patients.
to race.
This is the playbook. There are
apparently it's racist for doctors to
viral
weigh
TikTok
everything.
videos that are the influencer are funded by food companies. This has come out that are systematically arguing that it's racist to weigh patients.
But why? I don't understand the tie to race. So
Because they tie. You should watch this video that the LA Unified, but they tie the fact that communities of color have higher rates of obesity.
Got it.
So they make that connection. So they add race.
If everybody's weight, is it the judgment against being
Oh yeah, no, I wanted
heavy?
to go
Like
there.
if people
that
are saying
and
the
mango.
judgment against being
Mango's
obese
another
is
one.
racist, then at least okay.
Because I'm pretty sure
it's disproportionate that
FCCA
people
is
of color
literally
are
like
obese, then
cornering the market
I at least
and trying to
obviously
just
think it's
completely
insane, but
like
I understand there's a direct
full
connection to be made.
fucking control
But just I
of
don't know. I don't want to get lost on
animal
why weight, but it's just weird.
The
sales
healthy
market.
any size movement.
And like the way
is
they shame
absolutely
people about like
weaponized.
if you don't
Do you
have
think
X
that the
amount of
argument
money
was
to
there
bring your
and then it
dog
got
to like a
co-opted?
vet every
Because
like
that's
fucking
my
2
impulse.
months,
Like I've talked to
apparently,
enough people
then you
directly,
shouldn't have a
people that I
dog.
know and love.
I'm just like,
It's not somebody from
think
the outside
that's kind of
influencing
like
them. It's that
bullshit,
they're
personally.
deeply
Like,
insecure about it, and so when you bring it up, it brings this
actually,
wave of
the
shame, and
people
so it
that
makes them
I
want to
find
push
better
back.
at
And so there
dog
are
owners
very
are
few
actually
things
homeless
that are
people
more triggering
because they
than
don't just fucking
your
give up
body
their pets
is
when
less
shit gets
valuable
tough.
than another body.
Just like you don't give up your
think
kid
humans have an
when
algorithm that runs
you guys
inside
are
their
poor.
brain given to us by evolution
I'm
that
assuming
makes you
everyone's trying to
deeply
figure out.
concerned about how your body is perceived. And so the second, regardless of color, the second that you make somebody feel like your body is inferior to somebody else's, you are in for an emotional backlash.
I want to do 2 levels real quick. One is absolutely
The guy who ran
this
into the
idea
truck.
that's being propagated from the top down that you can
I'm
be healthy
pretty sure
any
we just
size,
solved
which
the
is a
case,
lie.
yeah. We
And
just asked for
kind
a
of
cut. Like
the pitchforks
the guy on the motorcycle is a
around
fucking
anyone
idiot, and he ran
saying
into his
that
fucking truck.
being obese is probably
Case
not good for health.
closed.
There's a systematic effort.
Like
That
what?
is being
What more is that?
orchestrated very systematically, just like the donations to the NAACP, like, you know, paying researchers when I was working for food companies or opioid researchers to say opiates, you know, we should relax the standards. It's a similar playbook to make the debate toxic and basically shut down debate about this issue, which helps from an individual standpoint of people you know, people we know being very sensitive to this issue. I think it's because I actually feel for them. The system has been rigged against them. I think saying anything about it being their fault, again, I'm a free market, individual liberty guy, but the fact that 80% of adults now are overweight or obese, there's clearly something systematic happening. So I think there actually is rightful apprehension from folks that are overweight feeling blamed. And my message is, I've evolved on this. It's not their fault. Like I actually think this is hopefully one thing that's resonating about what we're talking about is that you're being told, and I think it actually is nefarious interests of rigged institutions saying it's your fault, that it's you being lazy. Humans haven't gotten systematically lazier in the past 40 years when all these things have skyrocketed. So I think actually this is why I hope this discussion is a little bit empowering. Actually just embracing the baseline that it's actually not your fault, and you actually should be a little bit upset of any type of blaming, because the system has basically screwed you through $4 trillion of the healthcare system that makes money when more people are sick, and then the $6 trillion food industry that's making people sick. So there's a lot of things slanted against you. My message is, let's embrace that. Right. And I think embracing that is even a little bit of road to empowerment. It's not your fault, but you have to take actions as an individual to fight against these interests that are against you. And I think eventually we need to channel attention as a country to this existential issue. So, yeah, that's where I see the frustration. I think people don't like to be blamed or don't like to be told they're lazy, because I really think they're not. I think where I draw the line is we need to talk very clinically without blaming people that obesity is the result of a metabolic disaster and not obfuscate what it is. I think a big problem with how we talk about obesity too is actually delineated as the problem in and of itself to solve. Obesity is a symptom of the tree. It's a branch of the tree, but it's one of many branches, right? Diabetes and heart disease.
It's the branch of the metabolic dysfunction.
Right. And we're trying actually to be told systematically right now that it's one condition siloed to cure with a specific pill. It's actually just one symptom. It's not in and of itself the problem. It's just a visual symptom. It's actually potentially one of the better symptoms. Metabolic dysfunction, insulin resistance. Some people's fat cells actually are insulin resistant themselves, and they don't really gain a lot of weight. But then you can get fatty liver disease. You can get invisible symptoms. So that's what I'd say. It's just like to your friends and to people that are sensitive. It's not their fault. I really do think the system is rigged against them.
I agree. I think the system is rigged against them. I have a weird relationship with the phrase fault. It's all your fault. That's one of my favorite things that I like to remind myself, because it puts me in the driver's seat and I can do something about it. And if I look at it and I'm like, I'm a victim of the system, well, then I'm stuck. And I actually do, God, this is going to be horrible, because trust me, I started the show because I have so much love for people and I want to help people. And I really, really do believe that people are victimized by a lot of stuff, but you can't allow yourself to be a victim. So it's like, you've got to find your way out of it. And I say that as somebody who loves and cares about you and wants to see good things for you, but it's like, you are going to have to fight. The system is, no one's coming to save you. And once you understand that nobody's coming to save you, not even Kelly, is going to do his best to lobby the government and get all this stuff turned around. But it's like, if you act as if nobody's coming to save you, you take ownership of this stuff and you make change, dude, what you can do with your life is extraordinary. But you said something earlier that we haven't gotten lazier. I think we have gotten lazier, because if you break somebody's metabolic machinery, they cannot help but get lazy. A, and B, I do think that as an empire declines, at the risk of derailing this entire conversation, that Elon Musk said this really well. He was like, I have factories in China and I have factories here. And he's like, man, when I look at how people work in China, it is insane. Like, these guys work hard. Now, you can judge that and say that's ridiculous and they're wasting their life and they're working too hard and that's just bad and we should never aspire to that. Okay, fair enough. But they're like, it's going to be tough being more chill, being more relaxed to outcompete people that are going hard. And the reality is the world is one big competition. I understand we don't want it to be, but the reality is that it is. And so people are from a world economic power perspective, China has come out of nowhere, and not nowhere, but like very rapidly. They have caught up and look like they're going to surpass us. And I think people think that that has no consequences. That will have consequences. And if the thing that we all say is it's not your fault, you're not to blame for anything, like fill in the blank, for your weight, for your depression, for your anxiety. And again, I'm with you, man. Like the food system is messing them up. And it's like I'm totally cool. I don't need to cling on to the word it's your fault. Fine. It's not your fault. You're here, but now the only one that's going to drive you to fulfillment, to love, to satisfaction, joy, power, accomplishment is you. And if you can buckle into that seat, like with excitement of like, oh man, cool. Hey, I'm super upset that all the weird decisions and subsidies and all that have ended me here where my mom had.
Kids have nothing to negotiate with Maple Leaf Prime chicken raised without antibiotics.
Gestational diabetes while she had. My mom smoked, and I'm just convinced that I would be far smarter with a better memory if my mom hadn't smoked during pregnancy. But the reality is she did. And she grew up in a time where it was like, smoking is good for you. And so I can be annoyed about that, or I can buckle in and say, I have the hand that I was dealt. It is what it is. And now it becomes a question of, what do I do with it? How do I play this hand? And so I am just beseeching people. It's like, you can change. You can make any change you want. None of us get to be as cool as we want to be. I want to be I want to be a more talented entrepreneur than Elon Musk. The odds are stacked against me. He is very far ahead of me and pulling farther ahead by the day. But I can 100x my abilities is how I look at it. And so I don't want people I don't want people to beat themselves up. I want them to find self-love, and I think that's very important. But I want to be very clear that you can only find self-love by doing the things that you think are worthy of respect. If you don't decide what you think is worthy of respect and do those things, you will never earn your respect. You will never love yourself. You cannot stare in a mirror and say, I love myself, I love myself, I love myself. And so we get to the point where people are obese. They are being a little lazy. And even though they have the deck is stacked against them, bad things have happened to them that are not their fault. But like focusing on the it's not my fault part instead of the I can do something about it is where I think we lose people.
Here's where I worry about just ahead of that is the empowering message I'm trying to give is you do have a lot of control and to not defer to the system. I think the problem in America, as we talked about a little bit earlier, is that you've got to defer to institutions in something. You can't think I don't think an average person could just question everything.
Right.
But the systems themselves, it's like you know what basically is happening right now with health is Americans are following the incentives as laid out. I mean, we subsidize and encourage terrible food, and then healthcare only kicks in once you're sick to manage the condition, which makes everyone money as recurring revenue. So it's not like you're screwed or don't have agency. I think it's like
my brain doesn't even want to try to process.
You know, if you take
I
polls
just
at
I saw
Gallup
the
of
shitty
different
copy. I'm like,
institutions,
oh yeah, of
people
course,
still
yeah, all right.
trust their doctors, the medical system, and you know, it's just like so. It's actually like an empowering message of like you really can take it in your own hands. I mean, when I think about now with
I
my
think
son,
they'll probably
with my
dig
eating
another
and my
hole
habits,
through.
you know, I was never great at exercise, but I almost see it as
Believe
like
it or not, all these
this action against the system, a subversive action. I actually think exercise is bullshit. Like exercise never needed to happen. We didn't have like gyms until like a couple decades ago, right? This used to all be part of normal life. We used to be out in the cold. We didn't need cold plunging. We used to just move, you know, for our lives, right? And we used to just weren't sedentary, and kids, you know, would be moving.
Every time I dig anywhere, I'm just like,
the
please
exercise
don't be a cat, please don't be a cat, please don't be a cat.
An important thing. We used to be outside, you know, getting the sun on our skin. Like all of these like kind of tech bro, expensive habits
if a pipe breaks,
and protocols that we're talking about, they're kind of almost caricatured. You should just be part of our biological needs that we just got from normal life. So I actually do think it's kind of BS that we have to like pay extra and go to a gym. We never used to do that. So I actually have like indignation about it. Like I don't like
her daughter, but her baby is actually buried on her
but,
property.
but it's like it's almost like this subversive act. It's almost like this.
And I was like, I didn't know you're allowed to
price
do
we
that.
have
Like,
to pay.
I think a lot of people
for
are like, you're probably not allowed to
society.
do that,
But
if
you
you're
just
going
go
to
down
tell
the list
a
of
mother
air
who just lost
purifiers,
her
the water
child,
filters.
that she can't
Like,
bring a
we
baby on
spend
her property.
so much money, and a lot of the folks on your pod are just talking about
Kind of a
really extra
monster.
money and time to get back to our biological needs that were never a problem. I just think that's what I'm trying to advance forward a little bit. It's like
I don't know
it's
yet.
not even all bad. I mean, I enjoy living
I
in a
just fucked
city.
it up.
I enjoy having electricity, but our circadian rhythms being totally screwed. Lights are very
I don't know.
efficient.
We're
Our
going to take a
bodies
break and we're going to come back to it. We're
biologically
going to go
on a
get our
24-hour cycle
feelings
because of
out.
the sun. And the sun used to be everything. This is not pseudoscience or fringe stuff. I mean, we were going to sleep when the sun went down, and on a cycle. So I don't want lights or these things to go away, but we just need to understand that we've gone a little out of whack, and these industries have become so big. We've been gaslighted a little bit. So it's like building that baseline of understanding. I think is important for empowerment. And then another thing I just double click on is just like, don't be convinced by anyone that it's complicated. Just start moving.
Like, if that's your
just start
actual job is
just
a
start
painter,
being a little bit more curious about food. I think the average person in this country is just beaten over the head not to be curious about what they put in their body. We have this 75% ultra processed diet. I mean, even just getting on the road to curiosity, I think is a big step up for you and your family. And going on some blog posts, reading it's just a rabbit hole that I think as a matter of public policy, we should be encouraging people to be on, but also from the bottoms up.
I'm not a policy guy. I'm never inspired by that. I think that it is very good that some people are, and I encourage anybody that's listening to this, if you're a Rage Against the Machine kind of person, please go Rage Against the Machine, because this is all crazy. But I want to now talk about innovation. So one thing we were talking about before we started rolling is what's going to be that next big movement in food. You were talking about regenerative agriculture. There's two parts of this that I want to get into. One, just what is regenerative agriculture? And then as we think about scaling, what do you think about artificial, I guess not technically artificial meat, but meat cells grown in a lab?
So I believe regenerative agriculture is one of the most important worldwide trends of the next 10 to 20 years.
And for people that don't know what it is, break it down for them.
We have a monocropping system where, because of the subsidies, crops are, we have fields of wheat, fields of corn. They're all one. We have industrial pens, and crates for cows. We do everything separately, which is the result of a lot of the agriculture incentives. That's a new phenomenon in the past 60 years. That's never how farming has been for history. Farming has been that there's been a lot of experimentation where animals are raised near the plants, that the manure helps, fertilize the plants, that the complex ecosystem of everything together actually provides a natural pesticide, that farmers were experimenters, to figure out what animals should be near what plants and how all these ecosystems meld together, to produce better output and to basically almost be natural pesticides. Yeah. We haven't had artificial pesticides until very recently.
The more I look at it, the more I fucking hate it. Because, the railing doesn't actually, line up with the awning.
The latest legislation that's just been submitted in Minnesota, where they're trying to ship out language with respect to pedophilia. We're coming up on a society where I think that some people don't understand that simply because you put it in code doesn't mean you've changed the moral premise.
Why do you
Does
fucking
anybody
touch things
honestly imagine?
Everything you touch, you
that if I, as a
fuck it up more. It looks like it's fixed, but it never is.
Sexually abusing my child, because that's what it is. It's abuse.
Okay, what? Okay, let's maybe take it back a notch. Fuck, I hate that guy. I liked one of his little shorts, and it was him talking about, if people go up to his kid and start talking to his kid about gender shit, that as a parent, you have a right to be like, don't expose my kid to that. I told him to come out the back with me. He doesn't fucking love me anymore, so. Anyway.
Anyhow.
I go dig. Did not like that. Wow. Wow. Hi, Jack. How you doing? Ah, shit. Yeah. Oh, fuck. I need like fucking tons of grass seed for that. What you doing, Booby? Shove your ass over. Okay. What's up, Booby? Can you, thank you. Hiccup? Hiccup? What's that? What? Oh, you got to the food. Did I show you some of the cool stuff I found? Fucking, what do you call it? Silicone lube. Enamel. Yeah. Like spray enamel. Or caliper enamel. No one ever going to use any of this shit. Auto glass stripper. Heavy duty cleaner. Jack, why are you sitting in the pile of dirt? Okay, really? You fucking suck, Jack. Why are you in the dirt? Why are you sitting in my pile of dirt? Oh, baby. Oh, Jack. Baby. There's anything. Wait for me. Usual. Boy. Boy. Sure. Are you talking about giving children who are too hyper? Every something is a taking your body trying to check quick. What? It's Star Wars. Really? I never. No. See? Well, no. Yeah. Good. Yeah. What credit card? Never owned a credit card. I get that card. Imagine if I owned a credit card. You fucking do it. You know, you know, never actually fucking. Oh, that's the problem. No, Draco. Why are you sulking? Okay, wow. What? What? Oh yeah, for sure, dude. Oh yeah, but like really, women actually enjoy working in the disgusting one. That's fucked up, man. I fucking agree. I very much agree. Really? Gosh. What? Oh, what? Yeah, but it's really something that's fuck no. Fuck no. What? Okay, but you're a man, so shut the fuck up and I don't care. What's wrong then? Talking about what women can do, there's nothing. If you guys can have 3 legitimate children, you can have them. figure out where are you even from? Why are you all speak like it's yeah, look at my way. Thanksgiving, fucking, there's gonna be traffic, there's gonna be construction, Starbucks just gone. Instead of figuring twice in and taking a fucking everywhere. Ah, see? Oh, one mention of the fucking Merskey Bridge. The 30. Yeah, they're doing this literally to make you do a tour de Montreal, hoping that you go to restaurants and spend money. Ah! What? Yeah. What's that? Oh, yeah. This from the exit point. Ugh. fucking weird, man. The outside of the roof looks great, but the inside of the roof, I'm assuming some family or something. Big ass. Yeah. No, not on our roof. Our roof's fine. If anything, smoke them out. Or they'd be like high as fuck. That's the only house in the original siding. There's the houses. Oh my god, this is crazy. No, the front door is not centered on the two. The one after it, it is centered like ours, but the other two are just opposite. So the two windows are very together. Top windows are very together. Like, why go through all the renovations just to fucking abandon it? I have nothing for you. Go away. That's fucking weird. You guys won't stop fucking pushing ads. That's why. Hey, Rod. All right. Thanks. Good to know. Go tell it to TSN. Hmm? Oh my god, you're stuck. Okay. I was like, okay. Open now. Top rated. No. Thank you. Sure. Verbatim. Hmm? I just don't care. Stays on the okay. What? What? Huh. Division, state, download, fucking. Why? Fucking. Some results have been delisted. Oh my god. Okay. just don't get it. Yeah. Unclaimed balances. You guys fucking suck. Ah. Oh, oh fuck it. Website to search Google. You're such a bitch. You drive? A fucking mooch. Wayback Machine. Thank you. Old Google. I think that was it. Yeah. Fire. Nope. Nope. Okay. Nope. I swear to God, if there's a spider on me. Yeah. Mm. Are we done with talking about fucking shit that no one can fucking That's fucking ew. Get out of here, you. Mm-mm. Mm. Ew. Why? What? Why? What should I order? Everything is money. Hey, okay. That's cool. You know where I want to go. Cool, that's what we're about. It looks really good though. And they serve breakfast really all day. Yeah, it looks really cool. And yeah, it's something that I love fucking suicide cake. Suicide cake, like a suicide cake. Visuals on that, it's right there. And someone asked for your birthday meal, and they're like, no, but you get a free piece of cake. That's a great answer. I don't know. All the answers are very yes. You want to see it? Oh, I wonder why. Oh, like it nose dives into the ground. Is that the problem? Oh, that's funny. No, but it was called Barbie, not Barbie Barnes. I think Barbie Barnes is closed already. With a 10 every time. Be like, we got games. The ribs are really good, eh? Like, I don't know what I'm talking about. No, good. But I think it's open to like 11 or something. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I okay. Um. Oh, the fucking. Oh, what the? Oh. 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 You should come smell this. Hi, baby. What are you doing? Okay, so you don't want to go yet? Okay. You ready? Okay. I'll give you a hot minute. Come on, Idris. Hurry up. Both of you are passed out. You and the dog, you're both passed out. That's exactly where I wanted them to go. Don't smoke weed with my dog. Oh, okay, because dog weed's not for dogs. Weed's for us. If you fucking bury it in the yard, I swear to God, I'll come after you. Yeah, run away. Run away. Why do you love me again? I said this wasn't gonna happen. It's exactly what happened. Now the fucking crazy squirrel fucking lady. Huh? A lot of fucking roots. They are not giant fucking boulders though, so that's great. Rod! Where's Rod? Roderick! Looks like there's something like fucking a dead bird on that one. It's fucking piquing my curiosity. I have to stop saying that and I should just start saying it's making me nosy. Making me not mind my own business is what it's doing. No? Rod! Want food before you go to bed? No? Fine. Fuck. Oh. There he is. I knew he would come back. Yay! See, Jack? At least somebody loves me. I know you guys love me most of the time.
Most of the time.
I tried. Where are you? Effort. That was terrible. There you are. Here, Rod. Get it or not? Here. Oh, sorry. Right, get it. Get it. Fucking please get it. Good job. 4. 4. Not even. Okay. Night, Rod. And Idris. Nobody likes you, Idris. Fucking jerk. Oh. Okay. Oh my God. I'm doing this again. The only fucking reason I'm still doing this is because I fucking Joanna in the back of my head. And again this year? And again this year? Fuck it.
Such a dick.
No, but
It's a way to be a dick somehow.
you know what? I'll give it to her because like the first year I did it, it was literally all I was doing actually was cleaning up the fucking cedar because you couldn't sit in the backyard because there was fucking so many fucking bugs and shit. So I was like tying up the cedar at the bottom, and then like it just escalated from there. I'm like I've already invested like this much effort. So I might as well just like do like a small little cherry tomato one, a cucumber one, like a small little Thai. Hot boyfriend.
My hard girlfriend.
But yeah, if I see, look, they did such a bad job. Do you see where the chimney is? It goes.
Baby, the vent is crooked.
Oh fuck! The vent is crooked. Oh my god, fuck. If you look at all the oh my god, they're all uneven. And if you look at the ones on the corners, they just like, it looks like they're already coming off. The top is really bad, eh? The point?
Yeah.
Look, there's a huge gap on the left side. The point is, the first left one, it's already like fucking a huge gaping hole. It's a bad job. Like, I'm not a roofer of any kind, but even I can see that's a fucking bad job.
What's that noise?
That's the dog?
Hmm?
No?
It's driving me crazy, baby.
Hey, shh.
Is the fly stuck in the paint? In the bag? Serious?
Yep. Right there.
That's what making the dog sick? Maybe not.
You could give him worms, that's for sure.
No. Pull it out. I'm gonna go Walmart and get some. No, shit. You're gonna have like worms and stuff. Just pull that whole thing out. We'll get him some new ones. Okay, I'm ready to go now.
Are they open still right now?
Walmart?
I don't think they're open. I think they're closed at 5 on weekends now.
Oh. We can't take the chance. He's gonna get worms. Yeah, it is closed. Well, they have some at the Maxi, right?
7 times.
Huh?
You suck ass. Like he's still in it. He's not leaving.
Of course, it's not leaving. It probably fucking already made a nest in there.
What a bar? And what's the food? Okay? That's me, not for you. I'm kidding, Jack. So mean. I would have driven me crazy too, though. Oh my god.
I thought it was my computer, I thought it was a chair, I thought it was a dog. Oh my god. It's... Yeah.
You're sweaty. Oh, I bit my nail back. It hurt. Salty. Oh yeah.
What, did you take your own boo?
No, I probably smell like fucking bug spray. It's like, I'm gonna buy bug spray from Dollar Store. I'm gonna pretend like it might work. But we already know. It's bug spray from Dollar Store. It's definitely not gonna work.
Is it not the green bottle?
Oh, no. Like some off-brand.
Off-brand, get it?
Well, yeah, I do. I didn't have purpose, but yeah. So clever. What did I say? Like, I was going to fucking pull out the hose, myself down, but I don't want to fucking ruin all the rest of the outdoors time for the neighbors. Fucking spraying down the yard with the hose, like wake up all the mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So we will suffer. In silent. Like a good neighbor. I really want to look up the, what do you call it? The wood siding thing. I want to know where they stopped doing it.
The what?
Wood siding?
Oh, there's still some. I installed some, but it's pine wood siding, which is not the same thing. No, because it's like cheaper wood now.
Really?
Yeah, it's not like the same, the good old hardwood siding.
That's so cool. So you mean that like pine beech, so it's like built with pine wood? That's crazy cool. Even if it's not.
No, actually, what I think it is, it's probably made by with maple or shit like that. Actually, hello.
It's just,
My turn to take that lead, or. Huh? Yeah. Oh. Me, always. Always me. Always me, moi. Me.
yeah. Oh. So I went in the shed next door again.
What?
The shed
Yeah.
next door.
Yeah.
And I noticed something really, really cool.
What?
Somebody made a what do you call it? The fucking chimes out of sea glass, and they're little bears.
Cool.
It's super cute, and I was like, I want it. I want to take it. I super want to take it. That garage is like, I don't know what it is, but there's like a weird, eerie creepiness to it. Like, I think it's probably the walker that gives it that vibe, but it just like seems sad. It seems like someone was intending to actually like use it more, and then something happened.
Oh.
And it was just left as is.
Yeah.
I am terrified of what it could possibly be in the freezer, because there's a bag right in front of, like a garbage bag on the ground in front of it, and then a shovel on top of it.
Nice.
And I was like, I feel like those are all really good indicators of do not open that.
Right.
Whether it's like a legal or like legal hunting, or like I don't know, chopped up dog or something. Probably good to just not find out. Why does it look like I have like super like hardcore moose knuckle? Or it looks like fucking, it's the zipper. It's like a thick zipper. Shut up, never mind. What just happened? Oh my god, it sounds like Alvin and the fucking Chipmunks. You have a peanut in your mouth, so what can possibly be the problem, Idris? You're just staring me down.
Let's go.
Want to stare down? Want to go?
Hey. Never mind your stare down. Let's go.
Well, what the fuck are you looking at? Bitch. Get out of here. See what face he is? None.
Regarde le son juste with the map.
Oh my god, you fucking asshole. Baby.
Huh?
Excited.
Yeah?
Very.
Let's do this.
Oh, my date night.
Yay!
Red date night! Fucking date! That's really fun.
Oh yeah.
Fucking start shooting the fucking roof.
That was a great movie.
What? Suicide Squad?
All of them.
I
Birds of Prey.
got so much flack because I was like, I really like Suicide Squad. What? I got nothing for you, fat bitch.
Even with John Cena, fucking Peacemaker, that's hilarious. Like it's like a little bit. He's not really a superhero, but
John Cena. John Cena as himself.
yeah, John Cena as himself.
Is he a superhero? No, he's John Cena. Like,
Wow, fuck.
oh, when he started speaking fucking
Mandarin to apologize.
Oh, people
But it's funny
lost
because
their fucking
in
minds.
the
It was hilarious.
He does a movie with Jackie Chan, and then Jackie Chan in the movie does a joke about the fact that he's not pronouncing words right.
Oh, for fuck's
So
sake.
he's like, now you just said that you're gonna have like dog for supper, not date for supper.
That's hilarious.
So you're talking about my daughter right now, so you stop. So, like, oh,
really funny.
like Jackie Chan making fun of Cena accent. Like everybody made fun of Jackie Chan's accent his whole life.
Who's that? Oh, I'm probably dropped it. Whatever, fucking. You want the peanut? Well, it's fine. Don't eat the peanut then. You're gonna go bury it anyway. You going to car jack?
Why's your back there? What's that bag?
Excuse me?
What's that back there?
I just got some random tools. Oh, fuck.
What?
Fucking tools.
Oh. Forgot a bracelet. Bring out your bracelet. That's cool. Forgot your bracelet.
My nails are falling off.
What, you gonna match you? I have an excellent idea of just burning the house down.
Yes.
What the fuck are you talking about?
A spider.
Oh.
Because there's a spider in the bathtub. And, once again, spider one.
Spider-Man? Spider-Man.
And, like, I'm trying to help him to get him out of the bath. And then he wanted to go in the bathtub. Like, why are you suicidal? And, like, the spider's drinking water off the side of my bathtub. Like, can you please get the fuck out? Like, what the fuck?
Water spider?
I'm trying to give you freedom.
Give you freedom, for fuck's sake.
I don't know where he went. Okay. Oh my god. Jack, you're funny. Mm. Oh, yeah.
Honey, 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 honey. Honey, 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 ho. I'm going great.
What?
Huh?
Why are you going cricket?
You know the rules of the gremlins. Don't spray water onto them and don't feed them after midnight.
Are you a gremlin?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah!
Why not?
The fuck?
Peanut butter cup of.
This dog is fucking quiet as that.
I don't know.
Oh my god. That was so sad.
Yeah. That's peanut in my fucking jacket.
Makes me feel better. I've been pulling peanuts out of my shorts.
Oh, okay. Well, are you saying I gotta smell dick?
Audio. Tita Joe.
You killing anything, spider fuck?
Pardon?
Nothing. There's a little penny spider. I took squish it with my finger. She just dodged my finger. So I was like, oh.
Oh, okay. That's what I've been doing. Whereas, like, the spider on this side, I was spraying it for the longest goddamn time with the hose, and I'm like, she's not fucking moving. I'm like, all right, you know what, spider? You win. You stay there. I'll fuck off. Like, you deserved it. You earned it. Okay? Fucking terrified. Onward and forward.
And forward. But I love you.
I love you more.
You coming?
Come on, Jagger, let's have food.
You started, nigga.
What?
You started, nigga.
No, I said Jacko. What?
I told you, nigga. Super low.
No.
Let's go.
Little things we stay in private and we pretend like we never pay ever. What? Going to the bathroom? To the bathroom. Yay. Ow! Ah! Oh, fuck yeah. Know what I mean is? Yep. Hey. Bye.